Matrimony. Final part. Chapter 20. Resurrection and Reincarnation. Beings who love each other are able to become immortal like the gods. Happy is he who can already eat at the delicious fruits of the tree of life. Know, beloved, that there are two exquisite trees in Eden that even share their roots. One is the tree of knowledge. The other is the tree of life. The first gives you wisdom. The second makes you immortal. Everyone who has worked in the great work has the right to eat of the delicious fruits of the tree of life. Really, love is the summum of wisdom. Those men and women who follow the path of the perfect matrimony finally gain the joy of entering nirvana. This is to forget the world and man forever. It is impossible to describe the joy of nirvana there. Every tear has disappeared forever. There the soul, divested of the four bodies of sin, submerges in the infinite joy of the music of the spheres. Nirvana is sacred star-filled space. The masters of compassion, moved by human pain, renounce the great joy of nirvana and resolve to stay with us in this valley of great bitterness. Every perfect matrimony inevitably reaches adepthood. Every adept can renounce nirvana for love of the great orphan. When the adept renounces the supreme happiness of nirvana, he may ask for the elixir of long life. The privilege to receive the marvelous elixir die, but do not die. On the third day they are raised. This has already been demonstrated by the adorable. On the third day the adept comes before the sepulchre accompanied by holy women who bring medicines and aromatic unguents. The angels of death and other ineffable hierarchies also accompany the adept. The adept calls out in a great voice, invoking his physical body which sleeps within the holy sepulchre. The body is raised and can escape from the sepulchre, taking advantage of the existence of hyperspace. In the superior worlds, the physical body is treated by the holy women with medicines and aromatic unguents. After the body has returned to life, obeying supreme orders, it enters the sidereal head of the soulmaster. Thus, he regains possession of his glorified body. This is the precious gift of Cupid. Every resurrected body normally lives within the superior worlds. Nevertheless, we should clarify that the resurrected masters can make themselves visible and tangible in any place and then disappear instantaneously. The memory of Count Cagliostro comes to mind. This great master fulfilled a great political mission in Europe and astounded the whole of humanity. This great master was really the one who provoked the fall of the kings of Europe. In fact, we owe the Republic to him. He lived during the time of Jesus Christ, was a personal friend of Cleopatra, worked for Catherine de' Medici. He was known during various centuries in Europe. He used various names such as Giuseppe Balsamo, Count Cagliostro, etc. The immortal Babaji, the Yogi Christ of India, still lives in India. This master was the instructor of the great masters who lived through the terrifying night of time. Nevertheless, this sublime elder looks like a young man of 25. Let us remember Count Zanoni, a youth despite his 1,000 years. Unfortunately, this Chaldean sage failed completely because he fell in love with an actress from Naples. He made the mistake of uniting with her and spilling the glass of Hermes. The result was horrible. Zanoni died on the guillotine during the French Revolution. Resurrected masters travel from one place to another using hyperspace. This can be demonstrated by hypergeometry. Astrophysics will soon discover the existence of hyperspace. Sometimes the resurrected masters, after fulfilling a particular mission in some country, allow themselves the luxury of passing for dead. On the third day they repeat their resurrection and leave for another country to work under a different name. In this way Cagliostro, 2 years after his death, appeared in other cities using a different name in order to continue his work. The perfect matrimony converts us into gods. Great is the joy of love. In fact, only love confers upon us immortality. Blessed be love, blessed the beings who adore each other. Resurrection and reincarnation. Many students of occultism confuse resurrection with reincarnation. The Gospels have always been very poorly interpreted by occultist students. There are various types of resurrection. just as there are various types of reincarnation. This is what we shall clarify in this chapter. Every true adept has a body of paradise. This body is of flesh and bone, however, this is flesh that does not come from Adam. The body of paradise is formed with the best atoms of the physical organism. Many adepts resurrect with this body of paradise in the superior worlds after death. With this body of paradise, resurrected masters can visit the physical world and make themselves visible and tangible at will. This is a type of ineffable resurrection. Nevertheless, we affirm that the resurrection with the mortal body of Adam, though more painful due to the return to this valley of bitterness, is because of this more glorious. All the adepts of the secret path who form the guardian wall have resurrected with the body of Adam. There are also initiatic resurrections. The third initiation of fire signifies the resurrection in the astral world. Everyone who passes through the third initiation of fire has to live the drama of the Christ in the astral world: life, passion, death, and resurrection. Reincarnation of the personality. The personality is time. The personality lives in its own time and does not reincarnate. After death, the personality also goes to the grave. For the personality, there are no tomorrows. The personality lives in the cemetery, wanders about the cemetery, or goes down into its grave. It is neither the astral body nor the etheric double. It is not the soul. It is time. It is energetic and it disintegrates very slowly. The personality can never reincarnate. It does not ever reincarnate. There are no tomorrows for the human personality. That which continues, which reincarnates, is not the soul either, because the human being still does not have soul. In fact, it is the ego that reincarnates, the I, the reincarnating principle. The ghost of death, the remembrance, the memory, the error that is perpetuated. Lifespan. The unit of life of any living creature is equivalent to one beat of its heart. Every living thing has a defined period of time. The life of a planet is 2,700,000,000 beats. That same quantity corresponds to the ant, the worm, the eagle, the microbe, to man, and in general to all creatures. The lifespan of each world and each creature is proportionally the same. Clearly, the beat of a world occurs every 27,000 years, but the heart of an insect beats more rapidly. An insect that lives for only one summer evening has had in its heart the same number of beats as a planet, except that those beats have been more rapid. Time is not a straight line, as the erudite ignoramuses believe. Time is a closed curve. Eternity is another thing. Eternity has nothing to do with time, and what is beyond eternity and time is known only by the great illuminated adepts, the masters of humanity. There are 3 known dimensions and 3 unknown dimensions. A total of 6 fundamental dimensions. The 3 known dimensions are length, width, and depth. The 3 unknown dimensions are time, eternity, and what is beyond time and eternity. This is the spiral of 6 curves. Time belongs to the 4th dimension, eternity to the 5th dimension, that which is beyond eternity and time to the 6th dimension. The personality lives in a closed curve of time. She is a daughter of her time and ends with her time. Time cannot reincarnate. There are no tomorrows for the human personality. The circle of time revolves within the circle of eternity. In eternity there is no time, but time revolves within the circle of eternity. The serpent always bites its own tail. A time and a personality end, but with the turning of the wheel, a new time and a new personality appear upon the earth. The ego is reincarnated and everything is repeated. The last realizations, sentiments, preoccupations, affections, and words cause all the sexual sensations and all the amorous drama which gives rise to a new physical body. All the romances of married couples and lovers are related to the last moments of the dying. The path of life is formed by hoof prints of the horse of death. At death, time closes and eternity opens. The circle of eternity first opens and then closes when the ego returns to the circle of time. Recurrence. The initiates of the fourth way define recurrence as the repetition of acts, scenes, and events. Everything is repeated. The law of recurrence is a tremendous reality. In each reincarnation, the same events are repeated. The repetition of acts is accompanied by its corresponding karma. This is the law that reconciles effects to the causes that gave rise to them. Every repetition of acts carries karma and sometimes dharma, recompense. Those who work with the great arcanum, those who tread the straight, narrow, and difficult path of the perfect matrimony, are freed little by little from the law of recurrence. This law has a limit. Beyond that limit, we become angels or devils. With white sexual magic, we become angels. With black sexual magic, we become devils. The question of personality. This question of the personality, child of its time, that dies in its time merits our attention. In reality, it is completely clear that if the personality were to reincarnate, time would also reincarnate, and this is absurd because time is a closed curve. A Roman man who reincarnated in these modern times of the 20th century with the personality of the time of the Caesars would in fact be intolerable. We would have to treat him as a delinquent because his customs would in no way correspond to those we have today. The returns of the ego. The symbol of Jesus expelling the merchants of the temple with whip in hand is concerned with a tremendous reality of death and horror. We have already said that the I is pluralized. The I, the ego, is a legion of devils. Many readers will not like this statement, but it is the truth, and this we must say, even though we may not like to. During the work with the demon, during the work of the dissolution of the ego, parts of the I, subhuman entities, entities that possess part of our consciousness in our life, are eliminated, cast out of our internal temple. Sometimes these entities reincarnate in animal bodies. Many times it will have happened that while in zoos we have met forms discarded from ourselves, living in animal bodies. There are people so animalistic that if everything animal was removed from them, nothing would remain. This class of people are lost cases. The law of recurrence has ended for these people. The law of reincarnation has ended for them. This type of person can reincarnate into animal bodies, or enter definitively into the abyss. There they disintegrate slowly. Advantages of resurrection. Whoever renounces nirvana for love of humanity is able to conserve his physical body for millions of years. Without resurrection, the adept would find himself needing to constantly be changing bodies. This would be a clear disadvantage. With the resurrection, the adept does not need to change his body. He can conserve his vehicle for millions of years. The body of a resurrected adept is totally transformed. The soul within the body transforms it totally, converting it also into soul, until the adept becomes totally soul. A resurrected body has its fundamental seat in the internal worlds. It lives in the internal worlds and only makes itself visible in the physical world by means of the will. Thus a resurrected master may appear or disappear instantly where he wishes. No one can apprehend or incarcerate him. He travels within the astral plane to wherever he wants. The most interesting thing for the resurrected adept is the Great Leap. When the time comes, the resurrected master can take his body to another planet. The resurrected master can live with his resurrected body on another planet. This is one of the great advantages. Every resurrected adept is able to make the things of the astral visible and tangible by transferring them to the physical plane. This can be explained because the master has his fundamental seat in the astral, although he can manifest himself physically. Cagliostro, the enigmatic Count Cagliostro, after his departure from the Bastille, invited his friends to a banquet. There, in the midst of the feast, he invoked many deceased spirits, who also sat at the table to the amazement of the guests. On another occasion, as if by magic, Cagliostro made a precious golden dinner service appear, from which his guests ate. The powerful Count Cagliostro used to transmute lead into gold and made pure diamonds of the highest quality through the vivification of carbon. The powers of every resurrected master are a real advantage. A great friend, a resurrected adept, who currently lives in the Great Tartarus, told me the following. before swallowing earth one is no more than an idiot. One thinks one knows much, but knows nothing. One only really comes to be good when one has already swallowed earth, before this one knows nothing. He also said to me, the masters fall because of sex. This reminds us of Count Zanoni. He fell when he ejaculated the semen. Zanoni was a resurrected master. He fell in love with an actress from Naples and he fell. Zanoni died on the guillotine during the French Revolution. Whoever wants to achieve resurrection has to follow the path of the perfect matrimony. There is no other path. Only with sexual magic can we attain resurrection. Only with sexual magic can we liberate ourselves from the wheel of reincarnations in a positive and transcendental manner. The loss of the soul. In preceding chapters, we have already said that the human being has still not incarnated his soul. Only with sexual magic can we engender the internal vehicles. They, as with plants, sleep latent within the hard darkness of the grain, of the seed which is deposited in the seminal system. When the human being has the Christic vehicles, he can incarnate his soul. Whoever does not work with the grain, whoever does not practice sexual magic cannot germinate his Christic bodies. Whoever does not have Christic bodies can neither incarnate his soul. He loses his soul, and in the long term submerges in the abyss where he disintegrates slowly. Jesus, the great master, said, "For what is a man profited, if he shall gain the whole world, and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? Whoever does not incarnate his soul, loses it. He who does not have Christic vehicles does not incarnate soul. Whoever does not work with the grain does not have Christic vehicles. Whoever does not practice sexual magic does not work with the grain. The resurrection of the dead is only for men with soul. In fact, only men with soul are true men in the fullest sense of the word. Only true men can achieve the great resurrection. Only men with soul can endure the funereal trials of the 13th Arcanum. These trials are more horrifying than death itself. Those who do not have a soul are sketches of men, phantoms of death. That is all. The vehicles of men without soul are ghostly vehicles. They are not the authentic vehicles of fire. In reality, men without soul are not true men. In fact, the human being is still an unrealized being. Very few are they who have soul. The great majority of beings called humans still do not have soul. Of what use is it for man to accumulate all the riches of the world if he loses his soul? The resurrection of the dead is only for men with soul. Real immortality is only for men with soul. Love and death. To many readers, it may seem strange that we relate love with death and resurrection. In Hindustani mythology, love and death are the two faces of the one deity. Shiva, the god of the universal sexual creative force, is at the same time the god of violent death and destruction. The wife of Shiva also has two faces. She is at one and the same time Parvati and Kali. As Parvati, she is supreme beauty, love, and happiness. As Kali or Durga, she can transform herself into death, disgrace, and bitterness. Shiva and Kali together symbolize the tree of knowledge, the tree of the science of good and evil. Love and death are twin brothers who never separate. The path of life is formed by the hoof prints of the horse of death. The error of many cults and schools lies in their being unilateral. They study death but do not want to study love, when in fact these are the two faces of the deity. The diverse doctrines of the Orient and the Occident really believe that they know love, when in fact they do not. Love is a cosmic phenomenon in which the history of the earth and its races are simple accidents. Love is the mysterious magnetic and occult force which the alchemist needs to fabricate the philosophical stone and the elixir of long life, without which resurrection is impossible. Love is a force that the eye can never subordinate because Satan can never subjugate God. The erudite ignoramuses are mistaken about the origin of love. The foolish are mistaken about its effect. It is stupid to suppose that the only objective of love is the reproduction of the species. In fact, love unfolds and develops in a very different plane, which the swine of materialism ignore. Only an infinitesimal force of love is used for the perpetuation of the species. What happens to the rest of the force? Where does it go? Where does it unfold? This is what the erudite ignoramuses ignore. Love is energy and cannot be lost. The excess energy has other uses and purposes which people ignore. The excess energy of love is intimately related with thought, feeling, and will. Without sexual energy, these faculties could not unfold. The creative energy is transformed into beauty, thought, feelings, harmony, poetry, art, wisdom, etc. The supreme transformation of creative energy produces as a result the awakening of consciousness and the death and resurrection of the initiate. Really, all the creative activity of humanity comes from the marvelous force of love. Love is the marvelous force that awakens the mystical powers of man. Without love, the resurrection of the dead is impossible. It is urgent to once again open the temples of love, to celebrate again the mystic festivals of love. The serpent of fire only awakens with the enchantments of love. If we want the resurrection of the dead, we first need to be devoured by the serpent. The person who has not been devoured by the serpent is worth nothing. If we want the word to become flesh in us, we need to practice sexual magic intensely. The word is in the sex. The lingam yoni is the basis of all power. First, we need to raise the serpent upon the staff and then be swallowed by the serpent. Thus, we become serpents. In India, the adepts are called nagas, serpents. In Teotihuacan, Mexico, there is a marvelous temple of serpents. Only the serpents of fire can resurrect from the dead. An inhabitant of a two-dimensional world, with their two-dimensional psychology, would believe that all the phenomena occurring in that plane would have their cause and effect, their birth and death there. Such phenomena would, for these beings, be identical. All phenomena which came from the third dimension would be taken by these two-dimensional beings as unique facts of their two-dimensional world. They would not accept being told of a third dimension because for them, only their flat, two-dimensional world would exist. Nevertheless, if these flat beings would resolve to abandon their two-dimensional psychology in order to deeply comprehend the causes of all the phenomena of their world, they could then depart from it and discover with astonishment a great unknown world, the three-dimensional world. The same thing happens with the question of love. People believe that love is only to perpetuate the species. People only believe that love is vulgarity, carnal pleasure, violent desire, satisfaction, etc. Only the person who can see beyond these animal passions, only the person who renounces this type of animal psychology can discover in other worlds and dimensions the grandeur and majesty of that which is called love. People sleep profoundly. People live sleeping and dream about love, but they have not awakened to love. They sing about love and believe that love is that which they dream. When man awakens to love, he makes himself conscious of love and recognizes that he was dreaming. Then and only then does he discover the true meaning of love. Only then does he discover that which before he dreamed of. Only then does he come to know that which is called love. This awakening is similar to that of the man who, being far from the physical body in the astral body, realizes that he is awakened conscious. Ness. People walk asleep in the astral. When someone realizes that he is dreaming and then says, "This is a dream, I am dreaming, I am in the astral body, I am outside my physical body," the dream disappears as if by magic and then the individual is awake in the astral world. A new and marvelous world appears before he who before was dreaming. His consciousness has awakened. Now he can know all the marvels of nature. So also is the awakening of love. Before that awakening we dream about love. We take those dreams as reality, believe we are loving, live in a world of passions, romances, occasionally delicious, disillusionments, vain oaths, carnal desires, jealousies, etc., etc., and believe that this is love. We are dreaming and we ignore it. The resurrection of the dead is impossible without love, because love and death are the two faces of the same deity. It is necessary to awaken to love to attain resurrection. It is urgent to renounce our three-dimensional psychology and the crude facts, in order to discover the meaning of love in the fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensions. Love comes from the superior dimensions. Whoever does not renounce his three-dimensional psychology will never discover the true meaning of love, because love does not have its origin in the three-dimensional world. The flat being who does not renounce his two-dimensional psychology would believe that the only reality in the universe is lines, the changes of color of the lines in the plane, etc. A flat being would ignore that the lines and the change of color in certain lines could be the result of the turning of a wheel with multicolored spokes, perhaps that of a carriage. The two-dimensional being would ignore the existence of such a carriage, and with his two-dimensional psychology would not believe in such a carriage. He would only believe in the lines and the changes of color seen in his world, without knowing that these are only effects of superior causes. So also are they who believe that love is only of this three-dimensional world and who only accept the crude facts as the only true meaning of love. People like this cannot discover the true meaning of love. People like this cannot be devoured by the serpent of fire. People like this cannot resurrect from the dead. All those poets, all those lovers have sung of love, but none really knows that which is called love. People only dream about that which is called love. People have not awakened to love. Chapter 21. The Ninth Sphere. In the great ancient civilizations that have preceded us in the course of history, the descent to the ninth sphere was the greatest test of the supreme dignity of the Hierophant. Hermes, Buddha, Jesus, Dante, Zoroaster, and many other great masters had to pass through that difficult trial. Remember, most beloved disciples, that the ninth sphere is the sex. Many are they who enter the ninth sphere, but it is very rare to find anyone who is victorious in the difficult trial. Most occult students live fluttering from school to school, from lodge to lodge, always curious, always in search of novelties, on the lookout for any new lecturer who arrives in the city. When any of these students resolves to work with the Arcanum AZF, when any of these students resolves to descend to the ninth sphere to work with the fire and the water, he does as always, searching, always curious, always foolish. The occultist student turns everything into little schools and theories. If he enters the ninth sphere, he does so as if he enters another little school, always an imbecile, always curious, always foolish. It is difficult to find a serious and determined aspirant of the truth on the path of the perfect matrimony. Sometimes students appear who are apparently very mature and serious, but in the end they show their true colors. Sad truth, but a fact of this life. The trials of the ninth sphere are very fine and subtle. The doctor advises the devotee to fornicate because if not, he is told, he will become ill. Her friends stir up fear in the wife. The so-called brothers of different organizations frighten the student. The magicians of darkness, disguised as saints, advise the devotee to spill the semen in a saintly manner. The so-called sages teach the aspirant negative sexual magic with the spilling of the semen. The manner of teaching, the sublime and mystic tinge that the tenebrous, disguised as saints give to their doctrine succeeds in misleading the devotee and keeps him away from the path of the razor's edge. Then the student falls into black magic. When the student goes astray, he believes he is wiser than the masters of gnosis. Really, the failures of the ninth sphere, those who do not succeed in passing the very long and hard trials of this arcanum, in fact become terribly perverse demons. The worst of it is that no demon believes himself to be bad or perverse. Every demon believes himself to be saintly and wise. When beginning the practices of sexual magic, the organism is affected. Sometimes the sexual and parathyroid glands become inflamed, the head aches, one feels a certain dizziness, etc. This frightens the curious butterflies of the little schools, who flee terrified, looking as always for refuge in some new little school. This is how these poor fools spend their lives, always moving from flower to flower. The day comes when these poor fools die, having achieved nothing. They have miserably wasted time. When death arrives, these fools continue as a legion of demons. The ninth sphere is definitive for the aspirant to realization. It is impossible to self-realize intimately, without having incarnated the soul. No one can incarnate the soul if he has not engendered the Christ astral, the Christ mind, and the Christ will. The present internal vehicles of man referred to by Theosophy are only simple mental forms that everyone must dissolve when they try to achieve intimate self-realization. We need to be born, and being born is, has been, and will always be an absolutely sexual problem. It is necessary to be born, and for that one must descend to the ninth sphere. That is the greatest test of the supreme dignity of the Hierophant. That is the most difficult trial. It is very rare to find someone who can pass that difficult trial. As a rule, everybody fails in the ninth sphere. It is necessary that the husband and wife love each other deeply. People confuse desire with love. The whole world sings of desire, and this is confused with that which is called love. Only those who have incarnated their souls know what love is. The I does not know what love is. The I is desire. Everyone who incarnates his soul is because of that, a Buddha. Every Buddha must work in the ninth sphere to incarnate the internal Christ. In the ninth sphere, the Buddha is born. In the ninth sphere, the Christ is born. First, we must be born as Buddhas, and then as Christs. Blessed be love. Blessed the beings who truly love one another. Blessed be they who are victorious in the ninth sphere. Fear-mongers. Many pseudo-esotericists have committed unspeakable genocides. When fear-mongers act against Kundalini, really it is a true genocide. It is an indescribable crime against humanity to tell people in published books that the awakening of Kundalini is dangerous. Those who spread fear against Kundalini are worse than war criminals. The latter committed crimes against people, but pseudo-esotericists who spread fear commit crimes against the soul. Whoever does not awaken Kundalini cannot incarnate his soul. Whoever does not awaken his Kundalini remains without soul. He loses his soul. It is false to say that Kundalini can awaken without moral progress, and due to this, one must wait until such progress is made. The development of Kundalini is controlled by the merits of the heart. We give concrete instructions about Kundalini, and every true serpentine culture knows the path in depth. It is false that Kundalini may flow through different channels when white sexual magic is practiced. It is only when black sexual magic is practiced that Kundalini descends to the atomic infernos of man and becomes the tail of Satan. Therefore, that absurd affirmation of the fear-mongers that Kundalini can leave the medullary channel, tear tissue, produce terrible pains and cause death, is false. These affirmations of the assassins of souls are false because each of the 7 serpents has its specialized masters who watch over the student. The student is not abandoned in the work. When the student awakens the first serpent, he is attended by a specialist, and when the second serpent is awakened, he is helped by another, and so on. These specialists take the serpent through the medullary channel. No student is abandoned. The specialists have to answer for the student. The specialists live in the astral world. Kundalini awakens negatively only when the semen is spilled. Whoever practices sexual magic without spilling the semen has nothing to fear. Nobody can realize the superior aspects of Kundalini without perfect sanctity. It is then false to say that there are disastrous possibilities in the premature actualization of Kundalini. This affirmation is false because the premature actualization of fire cannot occur. Kundalini can only be activated based on sanctification. Kundalini does not rise even 1 vertebra if the conditions of sanctity required for that vertebra have not been won. Each vertebra has its moral conditions of sanctity. It is false and stupid to say that. Kundalini can awaken ambition or pride, or intensify all the base qualities and animal passions of the animal ego. Whoever uses these fear-mongering tactics to keep students from the real path is truly ignorant, because Kundalini awakened with white sexual magic cannot progress even 1 degree when true sanctity does not exist. Kundalini is not a blind force. Kundalini is not a mechanical force. Kundalini is controlled by the fires of the heart and can only be developed based on sexual magic and sanctity. We have to recognize that in Mexico the serpentine culture was, and continues to be formidable. Every Aztec sculpture is a marvelous book of occult science. We have been enraptured contemplating Quetzalcoatl with the serpent entwined about his body and the lingam yoni in his hands. We have been amazed contemplating the giant serpent devouring the magician. We have been filled with a singular veneration to see the tiger, with a phallus hanging at its neck. In reality, the word is in the phallus. In the Aztec culture, there are no fear-mongers. Each book of stone, each indigenous layman invites us to awaken Kundalini. It is urgent to first awaken Kundalini and then be devoured by Kundalini. We need to be swallowed by the snake. We need Kundalini to swallow us. We need to be devoured by the serpent. When one is devoured by the serpent, one also becomes a serpent. Only the human serpent can incarnate the Christ. Christ can do nothing without the snake. The authentic Aztec and Mayan cultures, the Egyptian and Chaldean, etc., are serpentine cultures that cannot be understood without sexual magic and Kundalini. Every archaic culture is serpentine. Every authentic and true civilization is serpentine. A civilization without the wisdom of the serpent is not a real civilization. The ascent and descent of Kundalini. Those pseudo-esotericists are lying terribly, who claim that Kundalini, after having ascended to the crown chakra or lotus of 1,000 petals, then descends once again to the Church of Ephesus or coccygeal center, remaining stored there. Kundalini only descends when the initiate lets himself fall. The initiate falls when he spills the semen. The work to raise the serpent after having fallen is very difficult and arduous. The Lord of Perfection said, the disciple should never let himself fall, because he who falls then has to struggle a great deal to regain that which was lost. The Hindus say that within the medullary channel there is a channel called Sushumna, and within this channel there is another called Vajrini, and within this, a third called Satrini, as fine as a spider's thread on which the chakras are threaded, like the knots on a bamboo pole. Thus speak the sacred books of India, and we know that Kundalini rises through the Satrini solely and exclusively with the Maithuna, sexual magic, Arcanum AZF. We practice internal meditation to achieve ecstasy, but we know very well that Kundalini does not awaken with meditation, because Kundalini is sexual. It is false to affirm that the awakening of Kundalini is achieved through meditation. Meditation is a technique to receive information. Meditation is not a technique for awakening Kundalini. The pseudo-esotericists have done much damage with their ignorance. In India there are 7 fundamental schools of yoga, and these all speak of Kundalini. These schools of yoga are of no use if Tantrism is not studied. Tantrism is the best of the Orient. Maithuna, sexual magic, is practiced in every authentic school of esoteric yoga. This is Tantrism. The Tantras give fundamental value to yoga. In the center of the lotus of the heart there is a marvelous triangle. This triangle also exists in the coccygeal chakra and in the chakra located between the eyebrows. In each of these chakras there is a mysterious knot. These are the 3 knots. These knots indicate a profound meaning. Here we have the 3 fundamental changes in the work with the serpent. In the first knot, Church of Ephesus, we abandon the system of spilling the semen. In the second knot, Church of Thyatira, we learn to truly love. In the third knot, Church of Philadelphia, we gain true wisdom and we see clairvoyantly. Kundalini in its ascent must untie these 3 mysterious knots. The pseudo-esotericists marvel that the early Hindu yogis hardly mention the etheric chakras or plexuses, but instead concentrate all their attention on the chakras of the spine in Kundalini. In fact, the early Hindu yogis were tantrics and practiced Maithuna. They were true initiates of the wisdom of the serpent. They knew very well that the key to our redemption is found in the spine and in the semen. They understood that the awakened Kundalini opens the spinal chakras, and that these in turn activate the chakras of the plexuses. Thus, foremost are the spinal chakras and the serpent. All the great sages and patriarchs of the ancient serpentine civilizations knew this very well. In the 3 triangles, base, cardiac and frontal, the deity is represented as a sexual lingam. This tells us much, but the erudite ignoramuses always search for evasions and excuses in order to alter the truth. It is not fair that pseudo-esotericists continue deceiving, consciously or unconsciously, poor suffering humanity. We have studied the great serpentine civilizations in depth, and therefore we speak clearly so that those who want to can truly save themselves. We are here to speak the truth, and we say it even though pseudo-occultists and infrasexuals declare themselves to be our worst enemies. The truth must be told, and we tell it with great pleasure. It is necessary to work with Kundalini and untie the 3 knots. Those 3 knots are the 3 triangles which transform our lives with chastity, love, and wisdom. The sexual spasm. The White Lodge has totally and absolutely prohibited the sexual spasm. It is absurd to reach spasm. Those who practice sexual magic should never reach spasm. Those who attempt to avoid seminal ejaculation without giving up the pleasure of the spasm may suffer disastrous consequences to the organism. The spasm is very violent, and if the organism is violated, the results are immediate impotence, damage to the nervous system, etc., etc. Everyone who practices sexual magic must withdraw from the act long before spasm. Doctors know very well the reasons why those who practice sexual magic should withdraw before spasm. Sexual magic should be practiced only once a day. One should never practice twice a day. Never in our lives should we spill the semen. Never. 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 One has to know how to understand this order of the White Lodge, because if by misfortune the spasm comes against our will, the disciple will withdraw from the act and immediately lie down in decubitus dorsal, face up, and will then refrain quickly with the following movements. Instructions. 1. Make the supreme effort that a woman makes when she is giving birth, sending the nervous current towards the sexual organs, but with it, making an effort to close the sphincters or exits through which the seminal fluid usually escapes. This is a supreme effort. 2. Inhale as if you were pumping or making the seminal fluid rise with the respiration towards the brain. As you inhale, vocalize the mantra Hum. Imagine this energy rising to the brain and then passing to the heart. 3. Now exhale the breath, imagining the sexual energy being fixed in the heart. Whilst exhaling, vocalize the mantra Sa. If the spasm is very strong, refrain, and continue inhaling and exhaling with the help of the mantra Hum, Sa. Hum is masculine. Sa is feminine. Hum is solar. Sa is lunar. One must expel the air rapidly through the mouth, producing the sound SAH in a soft and delightful way. One must inhale with the mouth half open, mentally singing the mantra Hum. The basic idea of this esoteric exercise is to invert the respiratory process, making it truly positive, since in the present state the negative lunar aspect SAH predominates, which leads to seminal discharge. By inverting the respiratory process through this breathing exercise, the centrifugal force becomes centripetal, and the semen then flows inwards and upwards. Amplification. The instructions that we have given in the preceding paragraphs in the case of spasm can also be applied in general to every practice of sexual magic. Every practice of sexual magic can be concluded with this marvelous exercise. The work in the 9th sphere means struggle, sacrifice, effort, will. The weak flee from the 9th sphere, horrified, terrified, frightened. Those who are devoured by the serpent become serpents, gods. In very grave cases, when the sexual spasm occurs suddenly, with imminent danger of seminal ejaculation, the initiate should immediately withdraw from the act and lie on his back on the floor, holding his breath. To do this, he should seal his nasal passages, pressing them with his index finger and thumb. This effort should be accompanied by concentration of thought. The neophyte should concentrate intensely on the pulsations of the phallus, which are a repetition of the cardiac pulse. He must try to refrain these sexual pulsations to avoid spilling the semen, and if he is forced to inhale oxygen, this should be done with a very short and rapid inhalation, continuing with the maximum retention of breath. Chapter 22. Sexual Yoga. In India there are 3 types of tantrism, First, white tantrism. Second, black tantrism. Third, gray tantrism. In white tantrism, sexual magic is practiced without the spilling of semen. In black tantrism, there is spilling of semen. In gray tantrism, one spills and does not spill the semen. Sometimes they spill it, sometimes they do not. This type of tantrism leads the devotee to black tantrism. Within black tantrism, we find the bonds and dudpa of the red cap, terrible and perverse black magicians. These malevolent people have disgusting procedures to reabsorb the semen through the urethra after having miserably spilled it. The result is fatal because the semen, after having been spilled, is charged with satanic atoms, which on re-entering the body acquires the power to awaken Kundalini negatively. It then descends to the atomic infernos of man and becomes the tail of Satan. This is how the human being separates himself permanently from his divine being and sinks forever into the abyss. Everyone who spills the glass of Hermes is rightly recognized as a black magic in Hindustan. Sexual magic is known as Maithuna. It is also known as Urdhvaritas yoga, and those who practice it are called Urdhvaritas yogis. In all truly serious and responsible yoga schools, sexual magic is practiced in a very secret form. When a yogi couple, man and woman, have been well prepared, they are taken to a secret place where they are instructed about the Maithuna, sexual magic. The couples unite sexually to work in the great work under the supervision of a guru, master. The man, seated on a rug on the floor in the Buddhic position, with his legs crossed in Oriental style, enters into sexual contact with the woman. She sits upon the legs of the man so that her legs encircle the male's trunk. Clearly, by sitting upon him in this way, the phallus is then taken in. Thus, the man and woman are sexually united. The yogi couple remains in this state for hours without spilling the semen. It is the duty of the yogi not to think during the practice of sexual magic. In those moments, both man and woman are in a state of ecstasy. The couples are thus deeply in love. The creative energies rise victoriously through their respective channels to the chalice of the brain. Animal desire is rejected. Then the couples withdraw from the act without having spilled the semen. This way of practicing sexual magic in the Oriental style may be very uncomfortable for Westerners. Nevertheless, it is recommended for those people who are not able to avoid spilling the glass of Hermes. With this practice, Gnostics can train themselves sexually to learn to refrain and avoid the spilling of semen. Gnostic couples do not need the physical supervision of a master, but could, however, invoke the masters of the astral so that they help them. The couple must be alone. It is necessary that during the practice of sexual magic there is no animal desire. Remember that desire is diabolic. The I is desire. The I is diabolic. Where there is desire, there cannot be love, because love and desire are incompatible. It is necessary to know that desire produces illusion. Whoever desires, believes himself to be in love, feels himself to be in love, could swear he is in love. This is the illusion of desire. How many times have we seen couples who claim that they adore each other? After marriage, the castle of cards falls down, and what remains is the sad reality. Those who believed they were truly in love, in reality hate each other, and once desire is satisfied, failure is inevitable. Then we only hear complaints and regrets, reproaches and tears. Where was love? What happened to love? It is impossible to love when there is desire. Only those who have already incarnated their soul really know how to love. The I does not know how to love. Only the soul knows how to love. Love has its own atmosphere, its flavor, its happiness. That is only known to him who has already killed animal desire. That is only known and experienced by he who has already incarnated his soul. Love in no way resembles that which people call love. What people believe to be love is only deceiving desire. Desire is an illusory substance that is combined astonishingly in the mind and in the heart to make us feel something that, though not love, makes us firmly believe that it is love. Only the horrible reality that appears after the consummation of the act and the satisfaction of desire shows clearly that we were the victims of illusion. We believed we were in love, and really we were not. The human being does not yet know that which is called love. Actually, only the soul knows, and is able to love. Man has still not incarnated his soul. Man still does not know what it is to love. Satan does not know what love is. The only thing that the human being has incarnated at present is Satan, the I. The human being does not know how to love. Love can only exist from heart to heart, from soul to soul. Whoever has not incarnated his soul does not know how to love. Satan cannot love, and this is what the human being has incarnated. The perfect matrimony is the union of two beings, one who loves more, and the other who loves better. Love is the best religion that the human being can profess. Desire is a substance that separates into many substances. These substances of desire manage to deceive the mind and the heart. He who despairs because his wife has left him for another man was not actually in love. True love demands nothing, asks nothing, desires nothing, thinks nothing, only wants one thing, the happiness of the beloved. That is all. The man who loses the one he loves only says, "I am happy that you have found your happiness." If it is with another man that you have found it, I feel happy that you have found it. Desire is another thing. The passionate person who has lost the woman he loved because she left with another may even go so far as to kill, and also kill himself. He falls into the most horrible desperation. He has lost the instrument of his pleasure. That is all. Actually, true love is only known by those who have already incarnated their soul. Humanity still does not know that which is called love. Really, love is like an innocent child. It is like the white-plumed swan. Love is like the first games of childhood. Love does not know anything because it is innocent. When we dissolve that horrible ghost that continues after death, the I, then that which is called love is born within us. When we reach that state, we recover our lost innocence. The human being of today has only incarnated an embryo of the soul. At times this emits some sparks of love. The mother who adores her child is a very good example of that which is called love. The embryo of the soul can be strengthened with the blessed flame of love. Sometimes man and woman feel the radiations of love which flow from the embryo of the soul, but they are immediately suffocated by the violent and terrible passions which Satan gives to man and also to woman. If we cultivate those divine vibrations of love, we can then fortify and strengthen the embryo of the soul, so that later we may live intensely that which we call love. Love strengthens the embryo of the soul. When the embryo grows stronger, then we achieve the incarnation of the soul. Rare are those human beings who come to feel the divine loving vibrations that radiate from the embryo of the soul. What humanity normally feels are the forces of desire. Desire also sings, becomes romantic and infinitely tender. Desire is the most deceptive venom that exists in the entire cosmos. Anyone who is a victim of the great deceiver could swear he is in love. Men and women, I invite you to love. Follow the footprints of those few in the world who have known how to love. Gods and goddesses, make love in the nuptial enchantment of paradise. Blessed the beings who truly love. Only love can make us gods. Endocrinology. Although it may appear incredible, it is correct and absolutely true that science is closer to transmutation and sexual yoga than many students of yoga. Endocrinology is bound to produce a true creative revolution. Already the men of science know that the sexual glands are not sealed capsules. They absorb and secrete hormones. The hormones of secretion are called conserving, because they perpetuate the species, the hormones of absorption are called vitalizing, because they vitalize the human organism. This process of hormonal absorption is transmutation, the transformation of one type of energy matter into another type of energy matter. Maithuna, sexual magic, is intensified sexual transmutation. The Gnostic absorbs, transmutes, and sublimates the totality of the sexual energy matter. The rich and abundant sexual hormones inundate the circulatory system of the blood and reach the different glands of internal secretion, stimulating and inciting them to work intensely. thus, with intensified sexual transmutation. The endocrine glands are superstimulated, producing, as is natural, a greater number of hormones which animate and modify the entire liquid nervous system. Already science recognizes sexual transmutation in every individual of normal sexuality. Now it is only a question of advancing a little further to recognize the intensified sexual transmutation of supersexual individuals. Whoever studies biologically the 32 capital signs of Buddhahood will reach the conclusion that the secondary sexual characteristics of Buddha were really those of the Superman. These secondary sexual characteristics of Buddha point to a very intense sexual transmutation. There cannot be any doubt that Buddha practiced Maithuna, sexual yoga, sexual magic. The Arcanum AZF Buddha taught white tantrism, sexual magic, but that teaching he gave secretly to his disciples. Zen and Chan Buddhism teach Maithuna, and the couples practice this sexual yoga. Secondary sexual characteristics. There are primary sexual characteristics, and there are secondary sexual characteristics. The primary is related to the sexual functions of the creative organs, and the secondary to the distribution of fats, the formation of muscle, hair, speech, body shape, etc. Obviously, the body of a woman is a different shape from that of a man and vice versa. It is also very true that any damage to the sexual organs modifies the human organism. The secondary sexual characteristics of a eunuch are those of a degenerate. The secondary sexual characteristics of an individual of intermediate sex, or sodomite, reveal someone who is inverted and infrasexual. What could we deduce from an effeminate individual, or from a manly woman? What kind of primary characteristics would correspond to persons with secondary sexual characteristics opposite to those of their own sex? There is no doubt that infrasexuality exists in such people. Sexual yoga, Maithuna, the Arcanum AZF. Sexual magic is a type of supersexual function that in fact modifies the secondary sexual characteristics, producing a new type of man, a Superman. It is absurd to suppose that the Superman can result from beliefs, theories, sectarianism, fanaticism, schools, etc. Really, the Superman does not come from what one believes or ceases to believe, or from the school with which we are affiliated, or from the school we cease to belong to. The secondary sexual characteristics are only modified by changing the primary characteristics. With sexual yoga, with Maithuna, the authentic yogi initiates are able to modify the secondary sexual characteristic in a positive, transcendental, divine form. Psychology and endocrinology. Psychology appeared to be stagnated. Fortunately, the science of endocrinology appeared. Now psychology has taken on new life. There have already been various attempts to study the lives of the great men based on their biological types. It is said, for example, that the decline of Napoleon coincided with a retrograde process of his pituitary gland. The psychological characteristics are determined by the endocrine glands and the primary sexual characteristics. The psychological biotype is definitive and can no longer be denied. This depends on the primary sexual characteristics. Really, the psychological biotype belongs to the secondary sexual characteristics, and it is totally determined by the primary sexual characteristics. On this basis, we can affirm that if we want a psychological biotype being, we must work with the primary sexual characteristics. Only with sexual magic, Maithuna, or sexual yoga do we succeed in producing the psychological biotype of the Master, the Superman, the Mahatma. Infrasexuals. In this chapter we have made statements that infrasexuals mortally hate. They in fact really consider themselves to be supersexual, supertranscendent. Infrasexuals believe themselves to be more perfect than the third logos, and they have no trouble affirming that sex is something gross, filthy, materialistic. Infrasexuals ignore that sex is the creative force of the Holy Spirit, without which they will never reach intimate self-realization. Unfortunately, they insult the third logos and his marvelous sexual force. For the infrasexual, the divine sexual force of the Holy Spirit is something sinful, gross, and material. Infrasexuals have the vain illusion of attaining self-realization by means of lectures, philosophies, beliefs, respiratory exercises, the bellows system, etc., etc. It is clear that with these things they will never transform their secondary sexual characteristics, and the result is failure. Evolution and involution. Right now, as much in the Oriental as in the Occidental world, many philosophical doctrines based on the dogma of evolution are being disseminated. Evolution and involution are mechanical forces that simultaneously proceed in all nature. We do not deny the reality of these two forces, we explain them. Nobody can deny the creative and destructive processes, evolutionary and involutionary, generative and degenerative. What occurs is that things are attributed to the mechanical force of evolution that it does not have. Neither evolution nor involution can liberate anyone. This idea that with evolution all will achieve liberation, the goal, is a fantasy of deluded people. Jesus the Christ spoke clearly and never promised salvation to everyone. The great master emphasizes the tremendous and terrible difficulty implied by the struggle to enter the sanctum regnum, the kingdom of magic and esotericism. For many are called, but few are chosen. Of thousands that search for me, one finds me. Of 1,000 that find me, one follows me. Of 1,000 that follow me, one is mine. Here we are not dealing with a matter of believing or disbelieving, of considering oneself chosen, or of belonging to such and such a section. This question of salvation is very serious. One must work with the grain, with the sexual seed. From nothing comes nothing. It is necessary to work with the grain. From the grain itself an effort is required, a total revolution. Only from the sexual grain is the internal angel born. Only the internal angel is admitted into the kingdom of esotericism. Mithuna, sexual yoga, sexual magic is imperative. The forces of involution and evolution are simply mechanical. Forces which liberate no one, which save no one. That is all. Many organisms are the result of involution, arid many of evolution. The indigenous and anthropophagus races are not evolving, really, they are undergoing involution. They are the degenerated products of powerful civilizations that preceded them in the course of history. All these tribes say that they descend from gods, demigods, titans, etc. All these races conserve traditions that tell of the wonders of their glorious pasts. The lizard is a degenerated crocodile. Before man, the archaic ancestors of ants and bees were titans. The humanity of today is a degenerated product of preceding races, as the secondary sexual characteristics of the people show. Manly women who fly aeroplanes and fight wars are infrasexuals, as are effeminate men who have their hair permed and their nails painted in beauty salons. Those authors who consider this to be evolution, the return to divine hermaphrodism, etc., are mistaken. The authentic hermaphrodite is not of intermediate sex. The hermaphrodite of the submerged continent of Lemuria was complete, having both sexes totally developed and evolved. They were not infrasexuals. They were not of intermediate sex. Today it is only possible to find the divine hermaphrodite in the spirit and soul that is fused and perfect. The corniately feminine soul and the completely masculine spirit are fused in initiation. An angel is a divine hermaphrodite. No angel is of intermediate sex. It is necessary to place ourselves upon the path of the revolution of consciousness. This path departs from the laws of evolution and involution. Really, this is the straight, narrow, and difficult path, of which the great Kabir Jesus spoke. Yoga exercises. We do not condemn yoga exercises. These are very useful and contribute to internal development. Nevertheless, every yoga that does not teach the Mithuna and the white tantric sadhanas is incomplete. The great yogis of the Orient and the Occident attained realization with sexual yoga. The yogis of the new era, the Agnis yogis, will have to make a profound study of endocrinology and give public teachings about sexual yoga. The tantric postures of the Kama Kulpa are very exaggerated and many of them degenerate into black tantrism. We only recommend the tantric posture of this chapter. Chapter 23. The Flying Serpent. With tears in my eyes, it tears my heart to have to say things that should not be said, because it is like casting pearls before swine. However, poor suffering humanity needs them, and though it is distressing, I must say something about the flying serpent. The serpent bird. In the Popol Vuh of the Maya, the bird and the serpent feature as sexual creators of the universe. Tepu and Gukyamat sent a sparrow hawk to the immense ocean of Crete life to bring the serpent, whose marvelous blood they kneaded into the yellow and white maize. The Popol Vuh says that with this dough of white and yellow maize mixed with the blood of the Tyne god Zakal formed the flesh of people. The bird represents the universal spirit of life. The serpent represents the sexual fire of the third logos. The blood of the serpent represents the waters of Genesis, the great universal sperm, the ens seminis or Christic men, in whose waters is the germ of all life. These waters are the blood of the earth, according to the Mayan philosopher. The goddess Gotlikyu is the mother of life and death, the ens cerninis. Really, the sexual fire of the third logos makes the waters of life fertile to bring forth the universe. In the Mayan theogony, two gods intervened in creation, one who gives life and form to man, and the other who gives him consciousness. The third logos makes the waters of life fertile, and when these have been fertilized, the second logos intervenes, infusing consciousness into every organism. The ineffable gods are the vehicles of action for all the forces of the logos. The sparrowhawk HCHUUE, the macaw MO, the kestrel sensen back, the tapir, simink, axe, and the serpent can are the basic cornponents of the Mayan geogenic myths. These symbols are used exoterically and esoterically. In the exoteric or public field, they symbolize tribal facts, historical incidents, etc. In the esoteric or secret aspect, the question is highly scientific, profoundly philosophical, sublimely artistic, and tremendously religious. Amongst the Maya, the terrestrial paradise is Tamuanchan, the sacred place of the serpent bird. Tamuanchains are in fact the initiates of the serpent. The myth of the Tarnoancas is the myth of the serpent bird. The Tarnoancas are descended from the Toltec, Olmec, and Maya. The Aztecs, after much hardship, reached the lake of Texcoco, symbol of the Christic seamen, where they found the bird and the serpent, the eagle and the snake. The Aztecs are the ones who have the high honor of having founded the great Tenochtitlan based on the wisdom of the serpent. The feathered serpent clearly represents the serpent bird. The feathered serpent was identified with Quetzalcoatl, the Mexican Christ. Quetzalcoatl is always accompanied by the sacred symbols of the eagle and serpent. The feathered serpent says everything. The eagle of the spirit and the serpent of fire transform us into gods. The Quetzal of the Maya is the feathered serpent, the serpent bird. The caduceus of Mercury. The caduceus of Mercury symbolizes the spinal column with its two serpents, representing the channels of Ida and Pingla, through which solar and lunar atoms ascend to the brain. These are the musical sharps and flats of the great Fa that resounds in all creation. The Akasha ascends like the flaming fire through the medullary channel, and its two poles of energy flow through Ida and Pingla. From the medullary channel and its two channels, which are entwined like serpents around the spinal column, a circulation begins which, departing from the central duct, is then distributed throughout the whole organism. Ida and Pingla depart from the sexual organs. Ida is to the left of the medullary channel and Pingla to the right. In the woman, this order is reversed. The channels terminate in the medulla oblongata. This pair of chords is semi-etheric, semi-physical, and corresponds to the superior dimensions of space. The igneous wings. When the solar and lunar atoms unite at the base of the spinal column, the igneous serpent of our magical powers awakens. The serpent ascends slowly amidst the ineffable delights of the perfect matrimony. The serpent enjoys the enchantment of love. When the serpent reaches the height of the heart, we receive the igneous wings, the wings of the caduceus of Mercury. Then the serpent has feathers. This is the Quetzal, the serpent bird. The feathered serpent. Every initiate who transforms himself into the serpent bird can fly to the superior worlds. He can enter the different regions of the kingdom, travel in the astral body at will, travel with the superastral vehicles, travel with his physical body within the fourth dimension. He is a serpent bird. The serpent bird can escape from a sealed tomb, walk upon the waters as was demonstrated by Jesus the Christ, pass through a rock from side to side without injury as was proven by the disciples of Buddha, can fly with his physical body through the air, etc., etc. Fa, Ra, On Ida is masculine and Pingla is feminine. Here are the sharps and flats of the great Fa that resounds in nature. Fa corresponds to the solar atoms, Ra to the lunar atoms, On to the flaming fire that ascends through the central channel. It is necessary to learn how to sound these sharps and flats with the powerful mantram Fa, Ra, On, in order to go out in the astral body consciously and positively. With the mantram of these sharps and flats we can travel in the astral body. In Egypt, when the initiate received the igneous wings, he was decorated in the temple with a pair of wings fixed to his tunic at the level of the heart. When Jesus of Nazareth spread his igneous wings, he was decorated personally by the Pharaoh of Egypt. The position in which Jesus lay down to go into astral was like that of Chikmul, but with the head very low and without pillows, the soles of the feet upon the bed, the legs bent, and the knees raised. In this way, the great Hierophant would fall asleep playing on his marvelous lyre, the spinal column. The whole mantram Fa, Ra, On is divided into 3 syllables, thus, Fa, Ra, On. The Fa is that of the musical scale. The Ra is a deep sound. It should be vocalized with a rolling. Our On reminds us of the mantra Om of India, but the only difference is that here, instead of having the consonant M, it has the consonant N, On. In general, we can give to the mantram Fa, Ra, On all the intonation which resounds in all creation with the great Fa. We advise you to vocalize mentally. The disciple should fall asleep singing this mantram with the imagination and will concentrate it on the pyramids of Egypt. It requires practice and much patience. The flying serpent. White magicians and black magicians use the flying serpent to travel in the astral body, or with the physical body in a state of jhanas. White magicians, in profound meditation, know how to pray and to supplicate to the serpent of bronze to be transported to any place on earth or in the cosmos, and the flying serpent transports them. Black magicians pray to the tempting serpent of Eden, and it takes them to the abyss, or to the salons of witchcraft, or to the witches' Sabbath, etc. The serpent of bronze rises through the medullary channel. The tempting serpent descends from the coccyx toward the atomic infernos of nature. This is the tail of Satan. Devils have their power in the tail. Blessed be the Divine Mother Kundalini. Blessed be they who fly with the power of the adorable Mother. Wretched are they who move with the power of Santa Maria, the tempting serpent of Eden, the descending Kundalini. Unhappy are they who fly with the tenebrous power of Santa Maria. For them, the abyss and the second death. The state of jhanas. A point is a cross-section of a line. A line is a cross-section of a plane. A plane is a cross-section of a body. A body is the cross-section of a tetradimensional body, that is to say, of 4 dimensions. Everybody is tetradimensional, has 4 dimensions. The 4th coordinate or 4th vertical is the basic foundation of all mechanics. Intermolecular space corresponds to the 4th dimension. In this 3-dimensional world of length, width and height we never see a complete body. We only see sides, planes, angles, etc. Perception is thus incomplete and subjective. In the 4th dimension, perception is objective. There we see bodies from the front, from the back, from above, from below, from within, from without, that is to say completely. In the 4th dimension all objects appear simultaneously complete. There, perception is objective. With the power of the flying serpent, we can take the physical body out of the world of 3 dimensions, and pass to the 4th dimension. In more advanced states we can take the physical body to the 5th or the 6th dimension. Serpents that fly. When we visited the region of Magdalena in the Republic of Colombia, we were surprised to discover flying serpents. In the jungles of this region, there are witch doctors who know how to send flying serpents to their hated victims. The procedures used by these witch doctors are very uncommon. Generally, this type of witch doctor dedicates himself to the practice of curing victims of venomous snake bite, which is so common in the tropics. There are many witch doctors to heal people bitten by snakes. Also, there is much competition in the craft, and the mysterious war between these witch doctors is tremendous. They live at war because of matters of their craft. Witch doctors usually use the fourth dimension to teletransport certain types of artificial serpents to the abode of their enemies. The procedure is simple and marvelous at the same time. The element that the witch doctor uses to make the serpents is vegetable fiber from the exterior bark of the trunk of the plantain tree, or banana plant. This fiber, when made into a small cord about 1 to 2 meters in length, becomes an artificial snake. The witch doctor makes 7 knots in the vegetable fiber from this trunk, to symbolize the 7 churches of the snake, and then he walks about reciting his secret magical prayers. The final climax of the magical operation is the instant in which the witch doctor, full of frenzy, flings the vegetable fiber into space. It is transformed into a serpent on entering the 4th dime. The worst thing is that this flying serpent falls back into the 3rd dimension, but inside the distant home of the baited enemy. Usually, the person is a competitor in the craft. If the victim has his body well prepared, clearly the serpent can do no harm to it. But if the victim's body is not prepared, the serpent will bite exactly in the heart of the victim, and he will immediately fall down dead. Normally, the witch doctors prepare the body with special herbs to defend themselves against their enemies. The vegetable fiber that they use for those criminal acts is called by the indigenous name of Magigun de Platano. There is no doubt that these witch doctors use the power of the tempting serpent of Eden, the snake that descends, to commit these criminal acts. If those witch doctors can do such remarkable things as transforming a vegetable fiber into a flying serpent, how much more can the white magician do with his flying serpent? The flying serpent of the white magician is Kundalini. The white magician is really the serpent bird, the serpent who flies. The 7 centers of the snake are omnipotent. The serpent with wings is something formidable. With the power of the serpent bird, the magician can become invisible at will, can transport himself through the air within the 4th dimension, appear and disappear before the astonished people. He can unleash thunder and hurricanes, calm tempests, resurrect the dead, transmute lead into gold, cure the sick by the laying on of hands, raise himself from the tomb on the 3rd day, and conserve his body for millions of years. The serpent bird is immortal, omnipotent, wise, amorous, and terribly divine. The guardians of the temples of the mysteries are serpents of fire. With the power of the serpent bird, we can transport ourselves to other planets of the infinite. The doubles. In all our works, we have taught different systems to go out in the astral body. Many people have learned to go out, and many have not learned. Some have read a key from our books, have understood it, put it into practice, and then have immediately learned to go out in the astral body. Many others have practiced with one or another system without having obtained anything. In practice, we have been able to prove that people who are very intellectual, full of bookish culture, the library bookworms, do not manage to go out at will in the astral body. On the other hand, people who are very simple, humble peasants, poor servants of families can do so perfectly. This has made us think a great deal about the matter, and we have carefully investigated the problem. The fact is that travel in the astral body is not something intellectual. Rather, astral travel is more aligned to the feeling and to the superior emotion. These qualities are related to the heart and not to the brain. The intellectual polarizes himself exaggeratedly in the brain and abandons, in fact, the world of the heart. The result of his lack of equilibrium is the loss of the psychic powers of the soul. Unfortunately, a faculty cannot be acquired without the loss of another. Whoever wants to develop the intellect does so at the expense of the psychic faculties. This problem is serious because we can in no way approve ignorance and illiteracy. It is logical that an intellectual culture is necessary. Ignorance leads to very serious errors. An illiterate and ignorant occultist can become a mythomaniac or slanderer, and in the worst. Cases, an assassin. In the astral world we find the perverse doubles of saintly people. Facing the angel Anael is his perverse double, the terrible demon Lilith. Facing Elohim Jiber is the terrible demon Andromelech. Facing every good citizen is a citizen of evil. The worst of this is that the appearance of the double is exactly the same as the model of light. If an adept teaches white magic, his double, the black adept, besides having a similar physiognomy, manners, posture, etc., teaches black magic. This is very serious, and the ignorant occultist can very easily mistake his left hand for his right, in fact becoming a slanderer of good people, and we repeat, even an assassin. If an ignorant occultist finds his wife in the astral world cohabiting with one of his friends, and if he is unfortunately a schizophrenic or neurasthenic, he can assassinate his friend and his wife. His ignorance does not allow him to understand what he has seen is a pair of doubles cohabiting, or a fact from a past reincarnation, etc., etc. Somebody who is jealous and supposes that his wife is unfaithful with some known or unknown person can then project his thought forms and see them in the astral world. If the subject is a neurasthenic or an ignorant schizophrenic, but knows how to go out in the astral body, he can take everything that he saw seriously and then commit murder, confused by his jealousy and visions. Because he is ignorant, he does not understand that he has seen his own mental forms projected unconsciously. All this leads us to the conclusion that intellectual culture is necessary. Now the interesting thing is to know how to reconquer the lost psychic faculties. A man with a brilliant, illuminated intellect and with all his psychic faculties in full activity really is in fact and rightfully a true illuminate. The occultist needs to establish perfect equilibrium between mind and heart. When the mind has become excessively frozen in the brain, leaving at will in the astral body becomes completely impossible because there is imbalance. It is urgent then that the intellectual occultists establish the equilibrium between mind and heart. Fortunately, there is a technique to re-establish the lost equilibrium. This technique is inner meditation. For those intellectuals who write to us saying that they have not been able to leave in the astral body with the clues that we have taught, we prescribe a good daily dose of inner meditation. It is urgent that they drink the wine of meditation from the cup of perfect concentration. The cardia. The cardia is the magnetic center of the heart. This center is marvelously described in verses 22 to 27 of the Shat Chakra Nairi. Let us see. The heart lotus is of the color of the bantilka flower, and on its 12 petals are the letters Ka to Thursday with the bindu above them, of the color vermilion. In its pericarp is the hexagonal Vayumandala, of a smoky color, and above it the stereomandala with the tricona, which shines as though it carried within 10 million flashes of lightning. Above it the Vayubija, of a smoky hue, is seated on a black antelope, four-armed and carrying the goad, Ankusha. In Vayubija's lap is the three-eyed Isha. Like Hamsa, Ayayamsaba. He extends his two arms in a gesture of granting boons and dispelling fear. In the pericarp of this lotus and seated on a lotus is Sakti Kakini. She is four-armed and carries the noose, Pasha, the skull, Kapala, and makes the signs of granting boons and dispelling fear. She is of a golden hue, dressed in yellow raiment, and wears every variety of jewel and a garland of bones. Her heart is softened with nectar. In the middle of the trichoma is Shiva in the form of Vamalinga, with the crescent moon and Hindu on his head. He is of a golden color. His look is jubilant, and expresses impetuous desire. Beneath him is the Hamsa similar to a Jivatma. It is like the steady flame of a lamp. Beneath this lotus is the red lotus of 8 petals, with the head facing upwards. In this red lotus is the Kulpa tree, the jeweled altar surmounted by an awning and adorned with flags, which is the place of mental workship. The Hindu description of this chakra is marvelous. The number of its petals is mentioned, the principle of air, Vayu, Shiva, the sexual force, with its lingane and the crescent moon, etc., indicating the heart as an altar of mental worship, the marvelous center of meditation. Upon this Hindu paragraph, many a volume could be written. The cardia is the magnetic center related to astral journeys. Whoever wants to conquer the power to leave in the astral body at will must change his vibratory type. This is only possible by developing the cardia. Astral projection is more emotive, of the sentiments. The cold intellect has nothing to do with voyages in the astral body. The brain is lunar. The heart is solar. Superior emotion is needed to leave at will in the astral body, a certain type of emotive nature, of sentiment, a very special supersensitivity, and sleep combined with meditation. These qualities are only achieved with the development of the cardia. The Shiva Samatha, speaking about the cardia, says, the yogi acquires immeasurable knowledge, knows the past, present, and future, has clairaudience, clairvoyance, and can travel the airs, wherever he pleases. He sees the adepts, and the yogini goddesses, obtains the faculty called kekari, and triumphs over the creatures that move in the air. He who meditates daily on the hidden Banalinga undoubtedly attains the psychic powers called ketchari, to move through the air in the astral body, or to acquire also the power of putting the body in the state of jinas, and buchari, to go at will anywhere in the world. Practice. The devotee should concentrate on his heart, imagining their thunder and lightning, fast-moving clouds that are lost in the twilight, blown by strong hurricanes. The Gnostic should imagine many eagles flying in that infinite space which is within, very deep within his heart. Imagine the profound forests of nature, filled with sun and life, the song of birds and the sweet and peaceful chirping of the crickets of the forest. The disciple should fall asleep imagining all of this. Imagine now that in the forest there is a throne of gold, upon which is seated the goddess Kakini, a very divine woman. The Gnostic should fall asleep meditating on this, imagining all this. He should practice 1 hour daily, but if he practices 2 or 3 or more hours daily, even better. He can practice seated in a comfortable armchair, lying on the floor, or on his bed, with his arms and legs open both right and left as a 5-pointed star. Sleep must be combined with meditation. One must have much patience. These marvelous faculties of the cardia are obtained with infinite patience. It is better that the impatient, who want everything straight away, who do not know how to persevere their whole life should leave, because they are of no use. Powers are not obtained by playing around, everything costs. Nothing is given to us as a gift. The Temple of the Serpent Bird. The heart is the temple of the serpent bird. It is necessary to know how to love. The serpent bird officiates in the temple of the tranquil heart. It is urgent to be devoured by the serpent. Whoever is devoured by the serpent becomes in fact a serpent bird. Only with sexual magic and the love of the heart is the serpent awakened, which later will devour us. When the serpent reaches the level of the heart, it receives the igneous wings. Then it is transformed into a serpent bird. It is urgent to know how to lead a married life. The fights between husband and wife are of Satan. He struts against the serpent bird. He wants to damage the great work. We need to understand the necessity of tolerating the defects of our husband or wife, because no one is perfect. The work in the fiery forge of Vulcan is more valuable than all the defects of the partner. It is stupid to throw away all the work, to give Satan his pleasure. In the heart is the temple of the feathered serpent, and we should not profane it by sinning against love. The path of the perfect matrimony is wisdom and love. We should love consciously. We should love our worst enemies, returning good for bad. In this way, knowing how to love, we prepare ourselves for the festival of the tranquil heart. Hermes Trismegistus said in his emerald tablet, I give you love in which is found all the summum of wisdom. Another type of fearmonger. There are many pseudo-occultists and pseudo-esotericists who spread fear-mongering rumors against voluntary projection of the astral body. It is false and harmful to the great work of the Father to make people fearful of projecting the astral body. In fact, projecting the astral body is not dangerous because every human being projects the astral body during the hours of normal sleep. Unfortunately, people walk in their astral body with the consciousness asleep. People do not know how to project at will their astral bodies. There is no danger whatsoever in becoming conscious of one's own natural functions, which are eating, drinking, marrying, and projecting the astral body. These functions are completely natural. If traveling in the astral body were dangerous as the fear-monger state, by now there would be no one living on the earth because everybody projects the astral body, and still worse, they do so with the consciousness asleep. Nevertheless, nothing happens. And so, at the moment, the planet Mercury is coming out of a cosmic night. As it leaves its state of rest, the hierarchies of this planet will become more and more active. The lords of Mercury propose to teach the inhabitants of the earth, in a practical way, the art of entering and leaving the physical body at will. In the future, all humans must consciously project the astral body. This, then, is a law of nature, a cosmic commandment. And everything opposed to this law is a crime. Really, those who spread this kind of fear-mongery unconsciously act as black magicians when they do so. The special objective of the universal spirit of life is to become conscious of itself in all dimensions of space. In principle, the universal spirit of life does not know itself. It is happy, but it does not have consciousness of its own happiness. Happiness without consciousness of it is not happiness. The universal spirit of life descends into matter to become conscious of itself. The great reality arises from its own bosom in the dawn of the whole universe, and contemplates itself in the living mirror of nature. That is how it comes to know itself. In this way, a vibratory mental activity is created through which the great reality contemplates its infinite images on the cosmic stage. This activity, moving from the periphery to the center, is called universal mind. We all live submerged in the infinite ocean of the universal mind. The intellectual activity of the universal mind springs from a centripetal force. Every action is followed by a reaction. The centripetal force, on finding its resistance in the center, logically reacts and creates a centrifugal activity called cosmic soul. This vibratory soul becomes a mediator between the center and the periphery, between the universal spirit of life and matter, between the great reality and its cosmic images. The great master Paracelsus said, "The soul is the product of the centrifugal action of universal activity, impelled by the centripetal action of the imagination of the universe." At the moment, the human being has only the embryo of a soul within his astral ghost, but this embryo should be strengthened and self-awakened. The awakening of cosmic consciousness in man is the most grandiose event in the universe. In these moments, the Great White Lodge is intensely occupied with the awakening of human consciousness. The adepts struggle intensely to teach the human being to leave at will in the astral body. They want people to awaken, and all that goes against this great law is a crime. The whole objective of the descent of spirit into matter is to create soul, and to become self-conscious of itself. When we direct mental power towards the interior of our own intimate center, the resistance that we will find internally will cause a reaction, and the more vigorous the centripetal force that we apply, the more vigorous will be the resulting centrifugal force. Thus, we create soul. Thus we invigorate the embryo of the soul, and finally one day, when we have already been born as serpent birds, we will completely absorb and assimilate within our astral body the totality of the soul. The awakening of consciousness is urgent. Whoever learns to project the astral body at will can study at the feet of the great masters of wisdom. In the astral world we find our guru, who will instruct us in the great mysteries. We need to abandon fear to have the joy of visiting the lands of paradise. We need to abandon fear to have the joy of entering the temples of the land of the golden light. There we shall sit at the feet of the great masters of the White Lodge. There we shall gain strength for the difficult path. It is necessary that we strengthen ourselves on the path, to take rest, receive direct instruction from the lips of our guru. He, as a loving father, always waits for us in the astral body to console us. The adepts are true flying serpents. Chapter 24. Secret Egypt. There, in old Egypt, in the sunny land of Kern, existed the great mysteries of Gnosis. Whoever in those days was admitted to the initiatory colleges, after having been submitted to the most difficult trials, received by word of mouth the terrible secret of the great arcanum, the key of sexual magic. Everyone who received this secret had to take an oath of silence. Whoever swore and then violated his oath was taken to a paved courtyard of death. There, before a wall covered with strange hieroglyphs, he was inevitably put to death. His head was cut off, his heart was torn out, his body was burnt and his ashes thrown to the four winds. Everyone who received the great arcanum during the sacred ceremony, in fact, immediately moved to work with the vestal of the temple. There were many vestals ready to work in the great work with the celibate initiates. The married initiates practiced in their homes with their priestess wives. The vestals were duly prepared for the priesthood of love. They had great lady masters who prepared them, and they were submitted to great ordeals and penances. Precisely these were the sacred prostitutes about which many authors speak. Today it would be impossible to have vestals of this type in the Lamigial. The world has become so corrupted that the result would be to further corrupt that which is already corrupted. We would, in fact, become abject accomplices to the crime. All the celibate initiates who have shown throughout the history of the centuries practiced sexual magic inside the pyramids with these vestals. Jesus also had to practice sexual magic in the pyramid of Khephren. There he recapitulated all his initiations. Many will be shocked by our statement. We cannot criticize these Puritans. Actually, it was the Roman Catholic priesthood that dehumanized Jesus. Unfortunately, that has been so well ingrained into people's minds that even occultists continue with the false idea of a castrated, mutilated Jesus. The reality is that Jesus was a complete man in the fullest sense of the word. Fully a man. In the occult masonry of the ancient Egypt of the pharaohs, there were 3 basic degrees: apprentice, journeyman, and master. These 3 degrees are related to the ethereal forces that flow through and around the spinal column of each human being. Madame Blavatsky says of them in The Secret Doctrine, the Trans-Himalayan school locates Sushumna, the chief seat of these 3 nadis, in the central duct of the spinal cord, and Ida and Pingla, the 2 witnesses of the apocalypse, in the left and right sides respectively. Ida and Pingla are simply the sharp and flat of the note fa of human nature, which, when struck in a proper way, awakens the sentries on either side, the spiritual manas and the physical kamas, and subdues the inferior by means of the superior. The pure akasa passes through Sushumna, the medullary channel. Its 2 aspects flow in Ida and Pingla, the pair of sympathetic cords that are entwined around the spinal column. These are the 3 vital airs, symbolized by the Brahmanic thread, and are ruled by the will. Will and desire are the superior and inferior aspects of one and the same thing. Hence the importance of purifying the channels. From these 3 a circulation is established which, from the central canal, penetrates the whole body. Ida and Pingla friction in the curved wall of the vertebral column in which is found Sushumna, the medullary channel. They are semi-material, positive and negative, sun and moon, and put into activity the free and spiritual igneous current of Sushumna. Each has its own particular path, then, if this were not so, they would irradiate the whole body. In that ancient elemental Egypt, which grew and matured under the protective wings of the elemental sphinx of nature, the ceremony of initiation was something terribly divine. When the venerable master wielded the sword in the act of admission, the channels of Ida and Pingla, the 2 witnesses, and the channel of Sushumna, along with the forces which circulated through them, received a tremendous stimulus. In the 1st degree, this stimulus only affected the feminine lunar current of Ida, in the 2nd degree, Pingla, the masculine current, and in the 3rd, the igneous current of Kundalini that flows ardently through the medullary channel of Sushumna received the stimulus. With this 3rd degree, the Kundalini remained awakened. We want to clarify that these 3 stimuli were related with the work of sexual magic that the initiate realized with the vestal of the temple. Such stimulus would be useless if the candidate were a fornicator. This is for people who are practicing sexual magic intensely. Ida rises from the base of the spinal column to the left of Sushumna, and Pingla to the right. These positions are reversed in the woman. The cords end in the medulla oblongata. All this is symbolized by the caduceus of Mercury, with its two spread wings. The two wings of the caduceus of Mercury signify the power to travel in the astral body, the power to travel in the mental body, the power to travel in the causal, conscious, and spiritual vehicles. The fire gives those who follow the path of the razor's edge the power to leave the physical body at will. Kundalini has the power of awakening the consciousness of the human being. Within the fire, we remain completely awakened in the superior worlds. All those who have awakened in the superior worlds live absolutely consciously outside the physical body during the hours of sleep. Whoever awakens the consciousness can never again dream. They become, in fact, and rightfully, absolutely conscious citizens of the superior worlds. They work with the White Lodge while their physical body sleeps. They are the collaborators of the Great White Universal Fraternity. We clarify Ida and Pingla are not physical. A physician could not find them with a scalpel. Ida and Pingla are semi-etheric, semi-physical. The great mysteries of ancient Egypt, as well as the mysteries of Mexico, Yucatan, Eleusis, Jerusalem, Mitra, Samothrace, etc., are all intimately related and are in fact absolutely sexual. Ask and it will be given. Knock and it will be opened. The great initiates always answer. The guardians of the elemental sphinx of nature always respond. Everyone who practices sexual magic should ask for the fire. Beg the guardians of the Sphinx, invoke the god Agni. This god restores the igneous power in each of the 7 bodies. There are 5 great initiations of sacred fire. The first means the departure of he who has already entered the current leading to nirvana. The 5th means the entry into the temple raised upon the summit of the mountain. With the first we leave the well-trodden path, with the 5th we enter the secret temple. Chapter 25. Fatality. When the Dark Age arrived, the initiatory colleges were closed. This was fatality. From then on, the great black lodges that were born during the archaic darkness of ancient times, in fact, became more active. The limit of light is darkness. Next to every temple of light there is another of darkness, and where the light shines more clearly, the darkness becomes more dense. The initiatory colleges of Egypt, Greece, India, China, Mexico, Yucatan, Peru, Troy, Rome, Carthage, Chaldea, etc., had their dangerous antipodes, their fatal antitheses, tenebrous schools of black magic, fatal shadows of the light. Those schools of black magic were the shadows of the initiatory colleges. When the colleges were closed, these fatal schools became very active. It is not strange to find among these dens of the Black Lodge terms, sciences, and rituals similar to those that were used in the initiatory colleges. This confuses the devotees of the path. By nature, the devotee is a lover of the strange, of the exotic, of the distant, of the impossible, and when he finds a black magician of this type, speaking of the Egyptian, Mayan, Aztec, Inca, Greek, Chaldean, Persian mysteries, etc., he then ingenuously believes he has caught God by the beard, and puts himself in the hands of the black magician, believing him to be white. These magicians of the darkness abound wherever there existed initiatory colleges. They are the antitheses of those colleges, and they speak as masters, always presuming to be initiates of those colleges. They never say anything that could arouse suspicion. They show that they are kindly and humble, defend the good and the truth, adopt tremendously mystical postures, etc. Clearly, under such conditions, the naive and inexperienced devotee abandons the path of the razor's edge and entrusts himself fully to those wolves in sheep's clothing. That is fatality. These schools of black magic are everywhere. We remember the dissident sect of the Maya. Their adepts were expelled from the White Maya Lodge. They are black magicians. This school was established between Yucatan and Guatemala. Presently, this school of Mayan black magic has active agents in Mexico and Guatemala. But who would dare to doubt these tenebrous people, who say they are Mayan princes and great priests? These people still speak with much reverence about Teoti, Supreme God, Creator, and Maintainer of the world. They become ecstatic remembering Bakabs, the Mayan Trinity, and Kamaxtli, Punisher of the evil, etc. Under these circumstances, it is very difficult to detect such tenebrous people. When the devotee entrusts himself to them, they then take him to their temples where they initiate him. Clearly the devotee, in the most naive way, becomes a black magician. A devotee in these circumstances would never accept that he was classified as a black magician. The abyss is full of sincerely mistaken people and people of very good intentions. Thus, on the banks of the Nile, as well as in the sacred land of the Vedas, there appear many tenebrous people of this kind. In fact, they are now very active, struggling to increase their numbers. If the student wants a key to discover these people of the shadow, we shall give it to him with great pleasure. Speak to the person about white sexual magic without the spilling of the semen. Mention the scientific chastity to them. Tell them that you never spill your semen. This is the key. You can be sure that if the suspected person is really a black magician, he will try every means to convince you that sexual magic is bad for the health, that it is harmful, and will suggest to you the idea of spilling the semen. Be careful, good disciple, of such people who advise you to spill the glass of Hermes. They are black magicians. Do not let them seduce you with their sweet words, exotic manners, or strange names. Every devotee who spills the glass of Hermes inevitably falls into the abyss of fatality. Be vigilant. Remember that the path of the perfect matrimony is the path of the razor's edge. This path is full of danger, both within and without. Many are they who begin, but it is very difficult to find someone who does not leave the path. The case of an initiate in the time of Count Cagliostro comes to mind. This student practiced sexual magic intensely with his wife, and of course, acquired degrees, powers, initiation, etc. Everything went very well until the day he, in a weak moment, told his occultist friend about his intimate matters. This friend was shocked, and armed with great erudition, advised the initiate to abandon his practice of sexual magic in which the semen was not ejaculated. The teachings of the mistaken friend misguided the initiate. From then on, he dedicated himself to the practice of sexual magic, spilling the glass of Hermes. The result was disastrous. The kundalini of the initiate descended to the magnetic center of the coccyx. He lost his degrees and powers, sword and cape, tunics and sacred commands. This was a true disaster. This was fatality. It is good to know that black magicians love to strengthen the mind. They assert that only through the mind can man resemble God. The magicians of darkness mortally hate chastity. The devotees of the path who abandoned the path of the perfect matrimony to become disciples of the Black Lodge can be found by the million. It happens that the devotees of occultism are attracted by the strange, by the novel and mysterious, and when they find a strange magician they immediately place themselves in his hands, like any vulgar prostitute of the mind. This is fatality. Whoever wants to be born as a cosmic angel, whoever wants to transform himself into an angel with power over fire, air, water, and earth, whoever wants to transform himself into a god, should in fact not let himself become trapped by all these dangerous temptations. It is very difficult to find people who are sufficiently firm and consistent never to abandon the path of the perfect matrimony. The human being is extremely weak. This is fatality. For many are called, but few are chosen. That a few beings elevate themselves to the angelic state will be sufficient to give us satisfaction. Love, the only path of salvation. The enemies of love are called fornicators. They confuse love with desire. Any magician that teaches the ejaculation of the semen is a black magician. Every person who spills the seminal fluid is a fornicator. It is impossible to attain the intimate realization, whilst one has not killed animal desire. Those who spill the glass of Hermes are incapable of loving. Love and desire are incompatible. Whoever spills the glass of Hermes is a victim of animal desire. Love is incompatible with desire and fornication. Sufism. The most ineffable part of Mohammedan mysticism is Persian Sufism. It has the merit of struggling against materialism and fanaticism, and against the literal interpretation of the Quran. The Sufis interpret the Quran from the esoteric point of view as we, the Gnostics, interpret the New Testament. What is most disconcerting to Occidentals is the strange and mysterious mixture of the erotic with the mystical in the Oriental religions and Sufi mysticism. Christian theology considers the flesh to be hostile to the spirit, but in the Muslim religion, the flesh and the spirit are two substances of the same energy, two substances that should help each other. This is only understood by those who practice positive sexual magic. In the Orient, religion, science, art, and philosophy are taught in an erotic and exquisite sexual language. Muhammad fell in love with God, say the mystic Arabs. Select a new wife for yourself each spring of the new year, because last year's calendar is no good, says a Persian poet and philosopher. Those who have carefully studied the Song of Songs by the sage Solomon find that delicate mixture of the mystical and the erotic, which so shocks infrasexuals. A true religion cannot renounce the erotic because it would be its death. Many myths and ancient legends are based on the erotic. Love and death, in fact, form the base of every authentic religion. The Sufis, Persian poets, wrote about the love of God in expressions applicable to beautiful women. These shocked the infrasexual fanatics. The idea of Sufism is the amorous union of the soul with God. Really, nothing can better explain the amorous union of the soul with God than the delicious sexual union of man and woman. That is the brilliant idea of Sufism. If we want to talk about the union of God with the soul, we must do so in the erotic language of love and sex. Only in this way can we say what we have to say. The symbolic language of the Sufis has marvelous expressions. Among them, sleep signifies meditation. Actually, meditation without sleep damages the mind. This is known by every true initiate. One must combine sleep with meditation. This is known by the Sufis. The word perfume symbolizes the hope of divine favor. Kisses and embraces, amongst other things, signify the rapture of piety. Wine means spiritual knowledge, etc. etc. The Sufi poets sang of love, of women, of roses, and of wine. And yet many of them lived the lives of hermits. The 7 mystical states described by the Sufis are something extraordinary. There are certain chemical substances closely related with the mystical states. Nitrous oxide and ether, especially nitrous oxide when it is dissolved sufficiently in air, stimulates the mystical consciousness to an extraordinary degree. We have to acknowledge that the present humanity is subconscious. People like this are incapable of knowing the superior dimensions of space. It is urgent to awaken the consciousness, and this is only possible during ecstasy. If we analyze ecstasy with dialectic logic, we discover that it is sexual. The same sexual energies that express an erotic pleasure, when transmuted and sublimated, awaken the consciousness and then produce ecstasy. Fatality is the loss of ecstasy, to fall again into subconsciousness. This happens when we spill the glass of Hermes. A great master said, with the sexual impulse, man finds himself in the most personal relationship with nature. The comparison of the sensation of a woman experienced by a man or vice versa, with the consent of nature, is really the same sensation as that offered by the forest, the plain, the sea, the mountains, only in the former it is even more intense, awakens voices more internal, provokes the sound of more intimate chords. Thus, we reach ecstasy. Ecstasy, the mystical experience, has its principles based in dialectic logic. This logic can never be violated. Let us reflect, for example, on the unity of experience. This principle exists among the mystics of the Orient as well as those of the Occident, among the Hierophants of Egypt, as well as the Sufi sages, or among the Aztec magicians. During ecstasy, the mystics speak in the same universal language, use the same words, and feel united with all creation. The sacred scriptures of all religions show the same principles. This is dialectic logic, superior logic. This proves that the mystics of all countries of the world drink from the same fountain of life. The conditions of the causes of the world, another of the principles of dialectic logic, show with exactitude, precision, and complete agreement of facts the reality and truth of ecstasy. The mystics of all religions of the world totally agree in their affirmations about the conditions of the causes of the world. The concordance is therefore perfect. The unity of life is another principle of dialectic logic. Every mystic in ecstasy perceives and feels the unity of life. The mathematics of the infinite and of dialectic logic can never fail. Whoever spills the glass of Hermes loses the state of ecstasy. His visions are then no longer within dialectic logic. He believes himself to be, however, super-transcendent. He violates the principles of dialectic logic and falls into the insanity of the absurd. That is fatality. Every Gnostic student should avoid black tantrism and those who teach black sexual magic, if they do not want to fall into the abyss of fatality. The dissidents of the ancient archaic schools are, during this Kali Yuga, very active. In this time, the black magicians are carrying out a tremendous campaign with the purpose of imposing their false knowledge on the epoch which is commencing. They want the triumph of the Black Lodge. Infrasex in Yoga. The 7 schools of yoga are archaic and grandiose, but they could not escape the goals of the tenebrous. At the present time there are many infrasexuals who look for proselytes and establish schools of yoga. These individuals mortally hate the path of the perfect matrimony, abhor white sexual magic. Some of them teach black tantrism. That is fatality. True yoga is based on white sexual magic. Yoga without sexual magic is an infrasexual doctrine, proper to infrasexuals. In the Kama-kulpa and Tantric Buddhism one finds the legitimate foundations of yoga. The Ahathkara and the Mithuna are in fact the bases of a true yoga. Ahathkara, dissolution of the I, and Mithuna, sexual magic, here is the true synthesis of yoga. Those who have been a member of a monastery of Zen Buddhism know very well that the Mithuna and the dissolution of the reincarnating ego constitute the foundations of the Auto-yogi Babaji. He was not celibate. Those who believe that Mataji is his sister are mistaken. Mataji is his priestess wife. With her he attained intimate self-realization. Indian Buddhism, like Zen and Chan Buddhism, is tantric. Without white tantrism, yoga is a failure. That is fatality. Chinese and Japanese Buddhism are completely tantric. There is no doubt that Chan and Zen Buddhism really are of the path of intimate self-realization. In secret Tibet sexual yoga is grandiose. The great masters of Tibet practice sexual magic. A great friend of mine wrote to me from India saying, in Hindu and Tibetan tantrism, positive sexual yoga, Mithuna, is practiced without seminal spillage. After a preparation in which the couple, under the direction of an expert guru, learn to realize the practices of Laya Kriya together. They then proceed to the tantric sadhana, during which the husband should introduce the virile member into the vagina. This operation takes place after an exchange of caresses between the couple. The male sits with his legs crossed in an asana posture, and the woman absorbs the phallus. The couple remain in this union for a long time without moving, trying to prevent the ego and the analytic consciousness from intervening, leaving nature to act without interference. Then, without expectation of orgasm, the erotic currents enter into activity, provoking ecstasy. In this instant the ego is dissolved, it withdraws, and desire is transmuted into love. Intense currents similar to electromagnetism, which produce static effects, traverse the bodies. A sensation of ineffable joy possesses the entire organism, and the couple experience the ecstasy of love and cosmic communion. Here ends the story of my friend whose name I do not mention. This account is hated by the infrasexuals involved with yoga. They want to work with yoga to increase the number of infrasexual fanatics. That is fatality. Yoga without sexual magic is like a garden without water, or a car without petrol, or a body without blood. That is fatality. Aztec magic. In the paved courtyards of the Aztecs, naked men and women spent long periods of time kissing and caressing each other and practicing sexual magic. When the initiate committed the crime of spilling the glass of Hermes, he was then condemned to death for having profaned the temple. The delinquent was beheaded. That is fatality. Chapter 26. Totemism. The ignorant pigs of dialectic materialism criticize totemism, laugh at it without understanding it. We the Gnostics understand the grandeur of totemism and know that its doctrine rests on the basic principles of occultism. The Totemists know the law of reincarnation profoundly, as well as the laws that govern the evolution of all the living species. They know that karma is the law of cause and effect. They know that all that lives is subject to karma. The great Totemist initiates have investigated with their clairvoyant powers the intimate life of all creation, and on these scientific investigations they based the principles of their doctrine, which principles the ignorant pigs of materialism totally ignore. The Totemists know scientifically that every mineral atom is the physical body of an intelligent elemental. The Totemists know that this mineral elemental evolves until becoming later the anima of a plant. The animus of vegetables are the vegetable elementals which Paracelsus knows how to manage to effect his cures. One can provoke tempests and earthquakes with the help of the vegetable kingdom. We can cure the sick at a distance with vegetables. The vegetable elementals are omnipotent since, as they never fornicate, they have developed kundalini. The internists know that these vegetable elementals, evolving, later become animal elementals. The great magicians know the animal elemental magic and frequently perform miracles with the animal elementals. The Totemists know that animal elementals, when they are very evolved, then become human beings. Every well-advanced animal elemental reincarnates in a human body. The Totemist priests wisely say that if the human being does evil, he may involute, regress, to once again become an animal. This is true. Every perverse human being regresses to the animal state. Often he may reincarnate as art animal, but then is transformed into an animal within the astral plane. Therefore, this affirmation of totemism is true. It is also very true that perverse people may actually reincarnate in the bodies of ferocious animals. There are other cases in which the most pure soul of a saint reincarnates into some species of animal to help it and elevate it to a superior level of consciousness. Therefore, the principles of totemism are exact. The Totemists profoundly know the law of karma, and know that the destiny of every human being is the result of the karma from past lives. In the tribes where totemism reigns, traditionally they venerate a particular vegetable or mineral elemental which they know through direct experience. As a rule, this elemental has given great service to the tribe. When the totem is a tree, they carve human figures in the trunk of that species. Now we have an explanation of all those myths and strange fables that speak of strange beings, half man, half animal, like the centaurs, minotaurs, sphinx, etc. Those strange images of totemism are true treasure troves containing gems of wisdom that are totally unknown to the pigs of materialism. Those pigs of materialism only know how to laugh. Victor Hugo said, "He who laughs at that which he does not know is on the path to becoming an idiot." In totemism it is forbidden to kill the animal considered totem. This animal has been anointed from among those of its species, because it fulfills certain secret characteristics which only clairvoyants can recognize. The wise Totemist priests venerate the animal or vegetable elemental which serves as a vehicle for the divinity. This creature is much cared for, and its death is only possible with a very sacred liturgy and several days of common lamentation. Ignorant civilized people do not understand this because they have divorced themselves from great nature. Nevertheless, the totem priests do understand it. We find traces of totemism in all religious cults. The Hindus venerate the white cow, the Chaldeans, the humble lamb, the Egyptians, the ox, the Arabs, the camel, the Inca, the llama, the Mexicans, the dog and the hummingbird. The primitive Gnostic Christians worshipped the lamb, the fish and the white dove as symbols of the Holy Spirit. Specific vegetable or animal elementals have always been revered. We have to recognize that these elemental creatures are omnipotent, because they have not left Eden. The great vegetable elementals are true angels who work for all humanity in the etheric plane or region of the magnetic fields. The vegetable elementals reproduce by means of sexual magic. The sacred copula exists among the vegetable elementals, and the seed passes to the womb without the necessity of ejaculating the semen. Each animal is the body of an elemental. Each vegetable is the physical body of an elemental. These elementals are sacred and perform miracles in Eden. The most powerful elementals are venerated by the totem. When man learns to reproduce without the loss of semen, he enters Eden. There he knows the elemental creatures of totem. These creatures are innocent. In themselves, animal elementals are innocent. Some waste the semen stupidly, but as the divine spark is still innocent, they are not to be blamed. That spark has still not reincarnated. It is a creature that still does not have its own self-consciousness. It has not taken possession of its vehicles. It retains its fires. Only its shadow, its ego in a potential state, takes bodies. The vegetable elemental is more pure, more beautiful. They reproduce like the gods. Among them exists the perfect matrimony. We also find the perfect matrimony among the mineral elementals. They love each other and reproduce, have children, have their own language and customs. They do not waste the seminal fluid, they are complete. They possess more perfection than the animal elementals because, unlike the latter, they never waste their seminal fluid. In Eden, the elementals live happily. Everyone who follows the path of the perfect matrimony, in fact, enters Eden. Whoever has completely developed the sacred fire, in fact, enters Eden. The complete development of Kundalini allows us to visit Eden with the etheric body. Eden is an etheric plane, a region of an intense blue color where only happiness reigns. Those who have learned to love live in Eden. The totem gods. The gods exist and Christianity worships them with the names of angels, archangels, seraphim, virtues, thrones, etc., etc. The ignorant pigs of materialism believe that man created the gods of fire, air, water, and earth out of fear. This concept of the erudite ignoramuses of materialism is totally false. Soon there will appear a special lens through which we will be able to see the aura, the astral body, the astral world, the disincarnated egos, and the gods of the astral. Then all the stupid statements of the erudite ignoramuses will be reduced to dust. The human being will once again adore and revere the ineffable gods. They existed even before the world appeared. Elementals. Paracelsus says that we need to harness the elementals of nature to the chariot of science in order to fly through the air, to ride the eagle, to walk on water, to travel to the most distant places on earth in a few moments. There are elementals that help us with astral travel. Let us remember the elemental of that tree known in different countries as borrachero, angel's trumpet, flower of the night. This elemental can take the human being out in the astral body. It is enough for the Gnostic student to always have one of these trees in his home. It is necessary to gain the affection of the elemental of the tree. During the night, the Gnostic student concentrates on the elemental of the tree. He will vocalize the syllable calm many times and then fall asleep begging the elemental of the tree to take him from the physical body into the astral body, to whatever remote part of the world, of the infinite cosmos. The vegetable elemental will help all those who in truth know how to ask with faith and love. This tree is known as Floripondio in Peru, Gigantin in Bolivar, Colombia. Many people triumph with these practices immediately because they are hypersensitive, but, on the other hand, there are people who are not hypersensitive. These people need to practice a great deal to attain victory. Chapter 27. Sacred Phallicism. Every religion has a sexual origin. The worship of the lingam yoni and pudenda is common in Africa and Asia. Secret Buddhism is sexual. Sexual magic is taught practically in Zen Buddhism. Buddha taught sexual magic in secret. There are many phallic divinities. Shiva, Agni and Shakti in India are phallic divinities. Legba in Africa, Venus, Bacchus, Priapus and Dionysus in Greece and Rome were phallic divinities. The Jews had phallic gods and sacred forests consecrated to the sexual cult. Sometimes the priests of these phallic cults allowed themselves to fall miserably and descended to wild bacchanalian orgies. Herodotus recounts, all the women of Babylon had to prostitute themselves with the priests of the temple of Melita. Meanwhile, in Greece and Rome, in the temples of Vesta, Venus, Aphrodite, Isis, etc., the priestesses exercised their holy sexual priesthood. In Cappadocia, Antioch, Pamplos, Cyprus and Bylos, the priestesses celebrated great processions carrying with infinite veneration and mystic exaltation a great phallus, as God, or generative body of life and of the seed. The Bible also has many allusions to the phallic cult. The oath from the time of the patriarch Abraham was taken by the Jews by placing their hand beneath the thigh, that is, on the sacred member. The Feast of the Tabernacles was an orgy similar to the famous Saturnalia of the Romans. The rite of circumcision is totally phallic. The history of all religions is full of symbols and phallic amulets, such as the Hebrew mitzvah, the maypole of the Christians, etc. In ancient times, sacred stones of phallic form were profoundly venerated. Sometimes they resembled the virile member, at others the vulva. Flint stones and silica were taken to be sacred in that with them they produced fire which secretly developed as a divine privilege in the spinal column of the pagan priests. We find much phallicism in Christianity. The circumcision of Jesus, the feast of Epiphany, the Corpus Christi, etc., are phallic festivals inherited from the holy pagan religions. The dove, symbol of the Holy Spirit and of the voluptuous Venus Aphrodite, is always represented as the phallic instrument used by the Holy Spirit to impregnate the Virgin Mary. The very word sacrosanct is derived from sacral and is thus of phallic origin. The phallic cult is terribly divine. The phallic cult is scientifically transcendental and profoundly philosophical. The era of Aquarius is already approaching, and then even laboratories will discover the energetic and mystical principles of the phallus and uterus. The sexual glands are governed by Uranus, and enclose terrible forces that laboratory science will discover in the new era. The scientific value of the ancient phallic cults will then be publicly recognized. The entire potential of universal life exists within the seed. The materialist science of today does not know more than to criticize sardonically that which it does not understand. In the paved courtyards of the Aztec temples, men and women used to sexually unite to awaken Kundalini. The couples remained in the temples for months and whole years, loving and caressing each other, practicing sexual magic without spilling the semen. This book was first published in 1961. Those who went so far as to spill the semen were condemned to death. Their heads were cut off with an axe. Thus, they paid for the sacrilege. In the illusion mysteries, the naked dances and sexual magic were the very basis of the mysteries. Phallicism is the basis of profound realization. All the principal tools of masonry serve for the work with the stone. Every master mason should carve well his philosophical stone. This stone is the sex. We must build the temple of the eternal upon the living stone. Sex and serpent. A certain initiate, whose name I will not mention, says textually the following. With complete dominion of the serpent force anything can be achieved. One can move mountains or walk on water, fly, or he buried under the earth in a sealed casket from which one can emerge at any determined time. The ancient priests knew that under certain conditions the aura can be seen, knew that Kundalini can be awakened through sex. The force of Kundalini coiled below is a terrible force. It resembles the spring of a clock in the manner in which it is coiled. Like the spring of the clock which suddenly jumps, uncoiling itself, it can cause damage. For those who commit the crime of spilling the semen. This particular force is found at the base of the spinal column, part of it being in the present day within the generative organs. The Orientals recognize this. Certain Hindus use sex in their religious ceremonies. They use a different form of sexual manifestation. sexual magic, and a different sexual position to obtain specific results. And they have been successful. Centuries and centuries ago, the ancients revered sex. They attained a phallic cult. There were certain ceremonies in the temples that aroused the Kundalini, which in turn produced clairvoyance, telepathy, and many other esoteric powers. Sex, used properly and with love, can attain particular vibrations. It can bring about that which the Orientals call the opening of the lotus flower, and it can embrace the world of the spirits. It can promote the arousal of Kundalini and the awakening of certain centers, but sex and Kundalini must never be abused. Each should complement and help the other. Those religions that say that there should be no sex between husband and wife are tragically mistaken. Those religions that say that there should be no sexual experiences try to suffocate individual evolution and the evolution of the race. Let us look at an example. In magnetism, we obtain magnetic power by aligning the molecules of a substance directed towards a specific point. That is to say, normally in a piece of iron the molecules are randomly positioned like an undisciplined multitude. They may join by chance. But when a certain force is applied, in the case of iron, a magnetic force, all the molecules face in one direction and thus, magnetic power is obtained, without which there would not be radio or electricity, without which we would not have road, rail, or even air transport. When the human being awakens Kundalini, when the serpent of fire begins to live, the molecules of the body are aligned in one direction, because the force of Kundalini has this effect when awakened. Then the human body begins to vibrate with health, becomes powerful in knowledge, and can see everything. There are various methods, tantric positions, to fully awaken the Kundalini. The Kama Kulpa contains all those sexual positions. Nevertheless, this should not be done except by those who are truly trained for it, because of the immense power and control that this awakening gives over others. And because this power can be abused and used for evil. But Kundalini can awaken partially and completely within the married couple and can vivify through love certain centers. With true intimate ecstasy, the molecules of the body are aligned in such a way that they face in the same direction. Consequently, these people develop a great dynamic power. When false modesty and all the false teachings about sex are changed, man will again reach his true being. Once again man will be able to regain his place as an astral traveler. The phallic cult is as ancient as the world. Sex should help Kundalini and Kundalini should help sex. Neither sex or Kundalini should be abused. Sexual magic should only be practiced once a day. Man and woman are not simply a mass of protoplasm, flesh attached to a frame of bones. Man is, or can be, something more than that. Here on earth we are simple puppets of our spirit. That spirit which resides temporarily in the astral accumulates experience through its body of flesh, which is the puppet, the instrument of the astral. Physiologists and others have analyzed the body of man, and have reduced it to a mass of flesh and bones. They can talk about this or that bone, about different organs, but these are material things. They have not discovered, nor have they tried to discover the most secret things, the intangible things, the things that the Indians, the Chinese, and the Tibetans knew centuries and centuries before Christianity. The spinal column is truly a very important structure. It contains the spinal cord, without which one would be paralyzed, without which one is useless as a human being. Nevertheless, the spinal column is even more important than all that. Exactly in the center of the spinal nerve, the spinal medulla, is a passage that extends to other dimensions, fourth, fifth, sixth dimensions, etc., a passage through which the force known as Kundalini can travel when it is awakened. At the base of the spinal column is what the Orientals call the serpent of fire. This is the seat of life itself. In Western people, this great force is inactive, asleep, almost paralyzed by lack of use. At the present time it is like a serpent coiled upon itself, a serpent of immense power, but for various reasons, that is, because of filthy fornication, it cannot escape from its confines at this theory. This mystical representation of the serpent is known as Kundalini, and in those Orientals in whom it is awake the serpent force can advance through the passage of the spinal nerve, passing straight to the brain and beyond, far beyond, to the astral. As this potent active force advances, each of the chakras or centers of power, for example the umbilical, the throat and others, are awakened and the person becomes a vital, powerful, dominant individual. Phallicism, the awakening of Kundalini, sexual magic, is not dangerous when practiced with rectitude and with love. Sexual magic should only be practiced between husband and wife. All who abuse and practice with other women outside the home inevitably fail. Infrasexual schools. There are many intersexual schools in the world that mortally hate the phallic cult and sexual magic. Lovers of wisdom should avoid these schools if they do not also want to become intersexual. It is necessary to remember that infrasex hates normal sex and supersex. In all ages, infrasexuals have blasphemed against the third logos, considering sex taboo, sin, a cause for shame, clandestine, etc. Infrasexuals have schools where they teach people to hate sex. Infrasexuals consider themselves to be Mahatmas, Hierophants, etc. Lovers of wisdom are often confused by infrasexuals. They assume certain attitudes so mystical and ineffable, so anchoretic and pious, that if one does not have a certain degree of understanding, one can very easily be led astray onto the path of infrasexuality. Initiation and the serpent. It is impossible to receive the initiations of the major mysteries without the phallic cult and without sexual magic. Many single students receive the initiations of the minor mysteries in their superlative and transcendental consciousness when they are chaste. Nevertheless, the initiations of major mysteries cannot be attained without sexual magic and Kundalini. The minor mysteries are none other than the probationary path, a chain that has to be broken, the kindergarten of esoteric studies, the first reader. The phallic cult is the only one that can lead the human being to intimate self-realization. Chapter 28. The Fire Cult. The fire cult was grandiose in ancient Persia. The fire cult is very ancient. It is said that this cult preceded the Achaemenid dynasty and the age of Zoroaster. The Persian priests possessed a very rich esoteric liturgy related to the fire cult. The ancient Persian sages were never careless with the fire. They had the mission to keep it alight always. The secret doctrine of Avesta says that there are different fires, the fire of the lightning that flashes in the terrifying night, that which works inside the human organism producing calories and directing the processes of digestion, that which is concentrated in the innocent plants of nature, that which smolders within the mountains, and which is spewed out by the volcanoes of the earth, the fire that is before Ahura Mazda forming his divine halo, and the everyday fire that the profane use to cook their food. The Persians used to say that when boiling water is spilt, or when a living being is burnt, in those cases God stops all the benefits he has granted his privileged people. In fact, fire has many modifications, but of all the fires, the most powerful is the one that blazes before Ahura Mazda, the solar logos, forming his divine halo. This fire is the result of the transmutation of the sexual secretions. This is Kundalini, the igneous serpent. Of our magical powers, the fire of the Holy Spirit. Whoever wants to find the fire of Ahura Mazda must search for it within the interior of his philosophical earth. This earth is the human organism itself. The Persian priests cultivated this fire in places of complete darkness, subterranean temples, and secret places. The altar was always an enormous metal chalice with its base upon the philosophical stone. The fire was always fed with fragrant and dry wood, especially the delicious branches of sandalwood. The old priests always blew upon the fire with bellows, so as not to profane it with the sinful breath from the human mouth. Fill your chalice with the sacred wine of light. Remember, dear reader, that the secret and philosophical living fire blazes within your own philosophical earth. Now you will comprehend the occult mystery of the ritual of fire. 2 priests always tended the fire. Here we have the binary. They each used tongs to place the pieces of wood, and a spoon to scatter in it the perfumes. There were then 2 tongs and 2 spoons. In all this we can see the binary. By this, one is given to understand that only the number two can tend the fire. It is necessary that man and woman in perfect binary, light and tend the divine fire of Ahura Mazda. In the Bundahishan, a kind of ritual gospel, it is said that in a special chamber there was a well of sacred water where the priest performed ablutions before presenting himself before the altar of fire. Only he who drinks the pure water of life can light the fire. Only he who washes his feet in the waters of renunciation can light the fire. Only he who conserves the water can ritualize with the fire. That water symbolizes the ens seminis. Throughout Persia exist the remains of complex temples and antechambers where cult was rendered to the fire. These remains can be found today in Persepolis, Isfahan, Yazd, Palmyra, Susa, etc., etc. The fire is terribly divine. In the homes of those who follow the path of the perfect matrimony, fire must never be absent. A flame, lit with profound devotion, is always equal to a prayer, and thus, it attracts from above a tremendous flow of divine energy. Every prayer to the Logos should be accompanied by fire. Thus, the prayer is powerful. The time has come to return to the cult of fire. Gnostics should journey to the mountains, and there, within the profound bosom of Mother Nature, build fires, light the fire, pray and meditate. In this way we can attract from above powerful flows of divine energy that will help us in the great work of the Father. The human being must light his 49 fires by means of sexual magic. When our thoughts are aflame, we can create like the ineffable gods of the cosmos. The holy gods are true ministers of fire. The holy gods are tongues of flaming fire. The whirling dervishes. The sacred dances of the whirling dervishes in Persia as in Turkey, etc., are, at their base, a fire cult. It is a shame that the authorities of Ankara, presuming to be very civilized, have prohibited these public dances of the whirling dervishes. The dervishes imitate the miracle of the movement of the planets of the solar system around the sun. The dances of the dervishes are intimately related with the spinal column and the sexual fires. We must never forget that the serpent enjoys music and dance, as has already been demonstrated in Egypt and India by the snake charmers. They play their marvelous flutes and the enchanted serpents dance. It is now opportune to remember the ritual dances of fire of all the ancient temples. Let us remember the naked dances of the illusion mysteries, the sacred dancers of India, Egypt, Mexico, Yucatan, etc. When the Akasha records fall into the hands of scientists, and the world is able to watch the fire dances of archaic times on television, then we will return to these dances, which will inevitably replace the profane dances. Egyptian darkness. Some years ago, several monks of bad faith from the Athos monastery, famous in Greece and Russia, began selling Egyptian darkness in bottles, making thus a great deal of money. It is absurd to sell Egyptian darkness as a black powder in bottles. The reality of the Egyptian darkness cannot be sold as a black powder. Egyptian darkness is an allegorical, archaic phrase. The Egyptians, when they covered themselves with their mantle and closed their eyes to the physical world, remained in darkness to the world, but in splendorous light to the spirit. At the present time there are many sages within the Egyptian darkness. Nevertheless they shine with sacred fire in Amenra. There are many Egyptian sages who were buried alive in a state of catalepsy. They sleep deeply in their tombs until the day and the hour when they must awaken, according to the plans of the White Lodge. There is one whose body has been asleep since 3,000 years before the time of Jesus, the Christ. Another has been sleeping since 10,000 years before Jesus Christ, and all of them sleep in this manner. Their bodies lie in Egyptian darkness, but their souls live consciously in the superior worlds, working intensely for humanity. When the right day and hour comes, each of these adepts will be assisted by their brethren, taken from their sepulchral home, and awakened. These Egyptian adepts will initiate a new era of spiritual activity. They conserve in their memory all archaic knowledge. It is interesting to know that the bodies of these adepts, duly band-aged and protected in their coffins, sleep without eating or drinking. All their organic functions are suspended. Strange and mysterious chemical substances protect them. Terrible elemental guardians guard their tombs, and no archaeologist will ever find them. To leave the tomb after thousands of years, to maintain oneself without eating and without drinking for so many centuries, is only possible with the fire cult, with the power of fire. All these adepts practiced sexual magic intensely. Only the serpent of fire can give the adept this kind of tremendous power. Yahweh in the Hall of Memories, the Akasha, the history of that angel called Yahweh, is written. Saturninus of Antioch, the great Kabbalist, says that Yahweh is a fallen angel, the genius of evil, the devil. Yahweh is an extremely perverse demon. Yahweh is that demon who tempted Christ in the desert and took him to the mountain to say to him, Itababo. All these things, kingdoms of the world, will I give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me. Yahweh called the Jewish people my chosen people. The Jews have intentionally confused Yahweh with the Lord Jehovah. Yahweh was a Lemurian hierophant. Yahweh had a priestess wife. Yahweh was an angel with a human body. The master Yahweh was a warrior of the light, a great priest of the ray of force, and due to his high priestly dignity had the legitimate right to wear a helmet and armor, shield, and sword made of pure gold. The priestess wife of Yahweh was clearly a lady adept. In archaic times, the warrior and priestly castes developed independently of each other. Nevertheless, there were exceptions, as in the case of Yahweh, who was both priest and warrior. Floating in the Lemurian atmosphere were the Lucifers of the ancient Earth Moon. They searched for and found proselytes. Yahweh was one of their proselytes. Yahweh became a disciple of these tenebrous sublunar beings and practiced black sexual magic, spilling the glass of Hermes. This is the science of the bonds and dugpa of the red cap. The result was fatal. The igneous serpent fell, descended towards the atomic infernos of man, and Yahweh became a terribly perverse demon. This history is described in the Akasha. Yahweh became a member of a temple of black Lemurian tantrism. His priestess wife never accepted sexual magic with the spilling of the hermetic glass. Yahweh fell with another woman. The efforts Yahweh made to convince his priestess wife were useless. She refused to enter the Black Temple. The marriage ended. The Lady Adept did not want to enter the Black Path. Now, this Lady Adept is an ineffable angel of the superior worlds. The fire cult is very delicate. The gods of fire help to protect all those who follow the path of the perfect matrimony. The ages of the world. The division of the history of humanity into the golden, silver, copper and iron ages is a tremendous reality. The planetary fire undergoes involution and evolution, passing through these four above-mentioned stages. There is no doubt that the fire of our planet Earth has produced very little profit in the three preceding rounds and in the ancient Earth Moon. This fire is full of karma. To this we owe the failure of humanity on the planet Earth. The cycles unfold alternately. An age of great mystical inspiration and of unconscious productivity is followed by one of tremendous critique and of self-consciousness. One provides the material for the analysis and critique of the other. In the field of spiritual conquests, Buddha and Jesus represent the highest conquests of the spirit. Alexander of Macedonia and Napoleon the Great represent the conquests in the physical world. These figures were reproductions made by the fire. Reproductions of human types that had existed 10,000 years before, reflected images of the 10th preceding millennium, reproduced by the mysterious powers of fire. As above, so below. What has been shall again he. In the same way as things are in heaven, so they are also on earth. If the fire of our planet Earth had totally evolved in the ancient Earth Moon and in the three preceding rounds, in this moment the life of our Earth would be a true paradise. Unfortunately, our planetary fire is full of cosmic karma. The great problem. All humanity together, the sum of all human units is Adam Kadmon, the human race, Homo sapiens, the Sphinx, that is, the being with the body of an animal and the head of a man. The human being participates as a component part in many lives, great and small. The family, populace, religion, country, are living beings of which we form a part. Within ourselves there are many unknown lives, many eyes that quarrel among themselves, and many egos that do not know each other. All of them live within man, just as man and all men live within the great spiritual body of Adam Kadmon. These egos live within man just as man and all men live within cities, towns, and religious congregations, etc. In the same way that the inhabitants of a city do not know each other, so also not all the egos that live within the city of 9 gates, man, are known to each other. This is the great problem. The so-called man does not yet have true existence. Man is still an unrealized being. Man is more like a house occupied by many people. Man is like a ship in which many passengers travel, many egos. Each has his own ideals, his projects, desires, etc. The eye that is enthusiastic about the work in the Magistery of Fire is later displaced by another eye that hates that work. Arid if the aspirant began to work in the forge of Vulcan with much enthusiasm, then we see him later disillusioned, leaving the work and seeking refuge in any little school that offers him consolation. Then later another eye intervenes to take him from there also. This is the greatest problem. Furthermore, there are many tenebrous visitors. Just as many people enter a city, including personas non gratis, individuals with bad habits, so this unfortunate tragedy is also repeated in the city of 9 gates, man. Into this city there enter tenebrous inhabitants, who suggest evil ideas and stimulate animal desires. Unfortunately, man is 97% subconscious, and he clearly ignores all that happens in his interior. When these tenebrous inhabitants totally control the human brain, man does things that he would not normally do for all the money in the world. Therefore, it is not strange that even saints may have raped and murdered in one of those fatal moments. The Magistery of Fire is extremely difficult because of the number of invisible people who inhabit and visit the city of 9 gates. Each of these mysterious people, each of these eyes thinks differently and has his own customs. Now we can explain so many of the problems in the home. The man who is enthusiastic about his wife today, tomorrow abandons her. The woman who is loyal to her husband today, tomorrow goes off with another. This is the great problem. In the psyche of the human being there occurs a continuous change of perspective from one object to another. Within the mind there is a continuous film of impressions, occurrences, feelings, desires, etc., and each one of these things perfectly defines the I in a given moment. Within the city of the 9 gates live many people. This is the serious thing. This is the great problem. The fire cult is very difficult because within the city of 9 gates live many people who hate that cult. The physical body is only one section of the tetradimensional body, the linga sharira, or vital body. The human personality is in turn another tetradimensional section of the human body. Beyond this is the ego, the pluralized I, like an upper part of the human personality. The personality dies, but its memory remains in the ego. The poor intellectual animal still knows nothing about the soul and spirit. This is still very far from the common level of humanity. The body, the personality, and the ego are still unknown to each other because the human being is subconscious. The common man can know much less again about the soul and the spirit. In fact, the 3 inferior aspects of man, the body, the personality, and the ego, can only know each other under the influence of narcotics, or in trance, or in mediumistic or hypnotic states, or during sleep, or through ecstasy. The mystery of the Sphinx is man. The animal with a human head is man. Whilst one has not resolved the problem of the Sphinx, one can fall into the abyss of perdition. Everyone who is working in the Magistery of Fire must daily beg much help of his Father who is in secret. It is urgent to appeal to our internal God to repeat in our inner consciousness the miracle accomplished by Jesus when he expelled the merchants from the temple with the terrible whip of the will. Only the Beloved can expel these intrusive eyes from the temple of our consciousness. These merchants of the temple sabotage the great work. These evil ones are they who put out the fires of the temple. This is the great problem. Really, this is the path of the razor's edge. This path is full of dangers, both within and without. For many are called, but few are chosen. The Four Gospels. The four Gospels are intimately related with the magistery of fire. It is absurd to interpret the four Gospels literally. Those Gospels are completely symbolic. The birth in the manger of Bethlehem symbolizes the Venustic initiation. Christ is always born in the stable of man, among the animals of desire. To save the world. The star that the wise men saw is seen by all mystics during ecstasy. This star is the central sun, the Christ sun, formed by the army of the voice. This is the star that announces initiation. This is the star that guides the devotees of the fire. Initiation always begins with the miracle of Canaan, transmuting the water of life into the wine of light of the alchemists. This miracle is Chapter 30. The Five-Pointed Star. Realized in the perfect matrimony. We have to raise the igneous serpent of our magical powers up to the Golgotha of the Father, the cerebrum. In the magistery of fire, the true devotee has to live the whole drama of initiation. The four Gospels are written in code, and only initiates understand them. The Hierophant Jesus was not the first to live this drama of the Passion. Nor was he the last. This drama has been lived by all those who have Christified themselves. Whoever investigates the sacred scriptures of all the archaic religions will discover with surprise that this drama existed many millions of years before Jesus Christ. All the great avatars have lived the same drama of the Passion, have been in the position of Jesus. The great master of perfection lived the whole drama as it is writ 10, but we must not interpret the four Gospels literally. Let us remember that the town of Bethlehem did not even exist in the time of Jesus. The four Gospels constitute a practical guide for the devotees of the fire cult. Whoever does not know the Arcanum Asv cannot understand the four Gospels of fire. The Mother Kundalini. Christ is always the son of the Divine Mother Kundalini. She always conceives her son through the work and grace of the third Logos. She is always virgin, before the birth, during the birth, and after the birth. Among the Egyptians, the virgin is Isis; among the Hindu, Kali, in her positive aspect; among the Aztecs, Tenantzin. She is Rhea, Cybele, Maria, Adonia, Unsaberta, etc., etc. It would be impossible to incarnate the Word without the development, evolution, and progress of Kundalini. This prayer is written in a Gnostic ritual. O Hadit, winged serpent of light, he thou the Gnostic secret of my being, the central point of my connection, the sacred sphere and the blue of the heavens are mine. O Au Kakaf Na Kansa. The worshippers of the fire can offer this prayer during the practice of sexual magic with their priestess. The letter H of Hadit is vocalized as a J. The mantram of this prayer have the power to sublimate the sexual energies, the Heil of the Gnostics, to the heart. When the initiate invokes the Divine Mother Kundalini either to help him place his physical body in a state of jhanas, or for any other miracle of high magic, she appears as a most pure virgin, as a most adorable mother. All our most beloved mothers of all our reincarnations are represented in her. Mother Kundalini is the serpent of fire that rises through the medullary channel. We need to be swallowed by the snake. We need to be transformed into the snake itself. Those pseudo-esotericists who suppose that the serpent awakens totally and completely developed are very mistaken. Kundalini needs to develop, evolve, and progress until it reaches its complete development. Sex must help Kundalini. Kundalini must help sex. We must neither abuse sex, or Kundalini. The seven serpents have their marvelous double in the seven serpents of light. First the fire, then the Brahmanic brilliance of the Venustic initiation. We need first to climb the septenary scale of fire, and then the septenary scale of light. First, we need to resurrect in the fire, and then in the light. The Divine Mother Kundalini, with the golden child of the sexual alchemy in her loving arms, guides us through the terrible path of the razor's edge. Our adorable Isis, whose veil no mortal has ever lifted, can pardon all our past karma if we really repent of all our errors. The serpent of fire transforms us totally. The serpent transforms us into tremendously divine gods of the cosmos. Chapter 29. The Edda. We can consider the German Edda as the Germanic Bible. This archaic book contains the occult knowledge of the Nordic races. The stories of the Edda about the genesis of the world are as follows. In the beginning there were only two regions, one of fire and light where the absolute and eternal being, Alfadir, ruled, and the other, a region of darkness and cold called Niflheim, ruled by Surt, the darkness. Between one region and the other there was chaos. The sparks that escaped from Alfadir fertilized the cold vapors of Niflheim, and Ymir, father of the race of giants, was born. To nourish him, and in the same manner, the cow Adumla was created, from whose udder flowed the 4 rivers of milk. Satiated, Ymir fell asleep, and from the sweat of his hands a giant couple was born, male and female, and from one of his feet, a monster with 6 heads, high the genesis of creation we have sexual alchemy. The fire fecundated the cold waters of chaos. The masculine principle Alfadir fecundated the feminine principle Niflheim, dominated by Surt, the darkness, to bring forth life. That is how Ymir is born, the father of the giants, the internal god of every man, the master. He is nourished with the materia prima of the great work. This substance is the milk of the cow Adumla, the sacred white cow of India. In the Genesis of Moses, the 4 rivers of Eden are mentioned, the 4 rivers of milk. These 4 are the flaming fire, the pure water of life, the impetuous air, and the perfumed elemental earth of the sages, the 4 tattvas. In every alchemical operation, the 4 elements come into activity. These cannot be absent from the sexual alchemy of creation. Ymir sleeps, and from his sweat a giant couple is born, male and female, the sublime and giant primitive divine hermaphrodite of the sacred island. In the Genesis of Moses, Adam sleeps, arid God takes Eve from one of his ribs. Before this moment Eve was within Adam and was Adam himself. She was an hermaphrodite. From the feet of this giant hermaphrodite, the polar race, the 6-headed monster was born, the Star of Solomon, the sexual alchemy of the human being, which through many centuries ends in the separation or division of the giants, transforming them into human beings of separate sexes. The division into opposite sexes is the beginning of the great tragedy. From the hermaphroditic giant, the 6-headed monster is born. The human being will again be a divine hermaphrodite. Man will return to Eden accompanied by his divine Eve. When man and woman are sexually united, in those moments they are a single hermaphroditic being. In fact, in those moments of supreme sexual voluptuousness, we are gods. This is the supreme moment which the initiate knows how to use for his magical phenomena. The birth of the human being in separate sexes was a grandiose event of anthropogenesis, which was realized over many millions of years. After having given a marvelous description of the creation of the world, the Germanic Edda relate the separation into opposite sexes as follows. Immediately the gods decided to create the first human pair. The man was formed from an ash tree, and they called him Ask. The woman was formed from an alder, and they called her Embla. Odin gave them the soul, Vili gave them understanding, Ve gave them beauty and the senses. And the gods, satisfied with their work, retired to rest and to enjoy themselves in their mansion at Asgard, located in the center of the universe. The story of the Edda regarding the destruction of the world is the Germanic apocalypse. Nature itself starts to become disordered. The seasons cease to alternate. The terrible Fimbulvitr dominates and lasts for 3 years because the sun has lost its strength. There is no faith among men. Peace between brothers, relatives, and children of the same tribe is not observed. The sacred duty of the Germans to respect the dead, of cutting their nails, and of burying them is neglected. At the consummation of the centuries, Hrymer, the Frost Giant, and his innumerable companions have to embark on a colossal ship in order to destroy the gods, and their happy and resplendent abode Valhalla, and the universe. This terrible reproachful ship, which is made only of the nails of the dead, never cut by any merciful soul, advances and grows in spite of the smallness of the material, until the corruption reaches its limit. Then the monsters, whom the gods had man-aged to enchain, break the chains which bind them. The mountains sink, the jungles are uprooted, the wolves, who since the beginning of the world have howled at the sun and moon, trying to devour these two stars, and who have sometimes almost had them within their claws, now reach them and consume them once and for all. The wolf Fenrir breaks his bonds and assails the world with open jaws, reaching the sky with one jaw and the earth with the other, and would open them even wider, but there is no space. The serpent of Midgard floods all the earth, because man has become a fornicator. The frost giants come from the Levant in their ship of nails. At high noon the powers of the destructive fire draw nearer. Loki, the Surta, and the sons of Muspelheim come to fight the final decisive battle of the Osses. The divinities of Valhalla prepare to receive the enemy. Their watchman Heimdall, posted at the entrance to the bridge that leads to their dwelling, sounds the clarion, and the gods, in union with the souls of the heroes who have died in battle, go out to receive the giants. The battle begins and ends with the destruction of both armies, with the death of the gods and the giants. The incandescence of those of the fire spreads over the world, so that all is consumed in an immense purifying holocaust. A profound analysis of the Genesis and Apocalypse of the Edda shows us that the key point, in one as well as in the other, is the sexual question. The world is created sexually. The primitive hermaphrodite is divided sexually. He is a god when he does not spill the semen. He becomes a demon when he spills the semen. The world is created sexually, and this world is destroyed when human beings become terrible fornicators, when the great whore has reached the limit of corruption, when the serpent of Midgard floods the entire earth. In fact, when a human being becomes accustomed to spilling the semen, then the great whore is born, whose number is 666. Fornication corrupts the human being. Through fornication, the human being becomes terribly perverse, and then the world is destroyed. The unknown monsters of nature, elements about which man does not know, and which the gods have enchained, are unleashed with atomic weapons. The jungles are uprooted, the wolves of karma howl horribly. The wolf Fenrir breaks his bonds and attacks the world with open mouth, touching the sky and the earth with his jaws. The karma is terrible, and there will be a collision of worlds. In archaic times there has already been a similar collision, and the earth, which was closer to the sun than it is now, was hurled to its present distance. Now this cataclysm will be repeated due to the law of karma. Then, as stated in the Germanic Edda, everything will be consumed in an immense purifying holocaust. There cannot be any Genesis without sexual alchemy. There cannot be any apocalypse without sexual degeneration. Every Genesis and every apocalypse is based on the phallus and the uterus. The fire creates and the fire destroys. The powers of the destructive fire are already on the march. Atomic wars will definitively unleash these powers that will consume the earth. This race will soon be destroyed by fire. The hour has come to comprehend the necessity to enter fully the path of the perfect matrimony. Only those who resolve to follow this path can save themselves from the abyss and the second death. God shines upon the perfect couple. Human salvation. In the name of truth, we have to recognize that the problem of human salvation is a true Chinese puzzle, very difficult to resolve. Jesus emphasizes the tremendous difficulty of entering the kingdom of esotericism and attaining eternal salvation. It is urgent to fabricate soul if we really want to save ourselves. We have already said the human being only has incarnated an embryo of soul. We have also said that we need to strengthen this embryo and later incarnate the cosmic soul. Now it is good to clarify that to incarnate the soul signifies at heart to be assimilated, devoured by the tiger of wisdom. We need the tiger of wisdom to devour us. This tiger is the intimate, our real being. The Aztecs say that the first race that existed in the world was devoured by tigers. In Yucatan existed the Temple of the Tigers. Quetzalcoatl, with his tiger claws, traps the human heart. The tiger cult was never absent in any of the mystery temples of America. The Order of the Tiger Knights was very sacred in Aztec Mexico. It is interesting to remember that during human sacrifice, the hearts of maidens were offered to the gods. All this contains an esoteric meaning, which the erudite ignoramuses of this century do not understand. It is clear that we do not approve of human sacrifice. These sacrifices were barbaric. Millions of children and maidens were sacrificed to the gods. These were horrifying scenes of pain, abominable. We are only reflecting, however, upon the fact of offering the bleeding heart to the gods. This fact is tremendous. The intimate needs to swallow the heart of man, that is to say, to assimilate it, absorb it, devour the human personality that has fabricated that which is called soul. It is truly the case that the intimate is like a tree with many leaves. Each leaf is a human personality. The intimate does not have one single personality as pseudo-esotericists believe. The intimate has various personalities, and what is most astounding is that he can have them incarnated in different parts of the world. When a human person does not fabricate soul, it is logical that he is lost and descends into the abyss. But this is not important to the intimate. This is like a leaf that falls from the tree of life, one leaf without any importance. The intimate continues attending to the other personalities, struggling so that they may fabricate soul, so as to devour them as the tiger of wisdom. Therefore, the human person, the intellectual animal called man, is worth less than the ash of a cigarette. But the fools feel themselves to be giants. Unfortunately, in all the pseudo-esoteric currents there abound mythomaniacs, individuals who feel themselves to be masters, and enjoy it when others call them masters, individuals who believe themselves to be gods, individuals who presume to be saints. The only one who is truly great is the spirit, the intimate. We, the intellectual animals, are leaves that the wind tosses about. Leaves of the tree of life, that is all. Man is a hybrid mixture of plant and ghost. A poor shadow that can only achieve immortality if it fabricates that which is called soul. Humanity has failed. Most of humanity, almost all, still do not have soul. The great majority of humans are dead leaves, which the hurricane of fatality drags to the abyss, leaves fallen from the tree of life. The wolf Fenrir breaks his terrible bonds, as the Germanic Edda says. Karma falls upon the whole of humanity. The divinities of Valhalla will fight the enemy. The serpent of Midgard floods the entire earth, and the world is a failure. Germanic mythology is Nordic. The knowledge comes from the north. The first race was devoured by the tigers of wisdom. It was an immortal race. The second race was swept away by strong hurricanes. The third race was converted into birds. The fourth into fishmen. The fifth into he-goats. The cradle of humanity is in the north. The Germanic Edda is Nordic wisdom. The ancestors of the Aztecs lived on the sacred island of the north. The occult wisdom came from the north to Lemuria, and from Lemuria it passed to Atlantis. After the Atlantean submersion, the wisdom remained in those lands that formed part of the Atlantean continent. India never formed part of the Atlantean continent. It is absurd to think that all ancient wisdom is in India. If we want to find the wisdom of the serpent, we shall find it in Mexico, Egypt, Yucatan, etc. These countries really formed part of Atlantis. It is urgent to study the Germanic Edda, to know how to read between the lines, and then to investigate Easter Island, Mexico, Yucatan, etc. The Germanic Edda, with its Genesis and Apocalypse, is pure sexual magic. The root of our being is found in sex. We need the serpent to devour us. We need to be devoured by the tiger. First, the serpent devours us, and then the tiger. Chapter 30. The Five-Pointed Star. The pentagram expresses the dominion of the spirit over the elements of nature. With this magical sign we can command the elemental creatures that inhabit the regions of fire, air, water, and earth. Before this terrible symbol, demons tremble and flee in terror. The pentagram with the superior point upwards causes the tenebrous to flee. The pentagram with the point downwards serves to call the tenebrous. Placed in the doorway with the superior point inwards and the two inferior angles outwards, it prevents black magicians from passing. The pentagram is the flaming star. The pentagram is the sign of the Word made flesh. According to the direction of its rays, it can represent God or the devil, the sacrificial lamb or the he-goat of Marides. When the pentagram elevates its superior ray in the air, it represents Christ. When the pentagram raises its two inferior points in the air, it represents Satan. The pentagram represents the complete man. With the superior ray upwards, it is the master. With the superior ray downward and the two inferior angles upwards, it is the fallen angel. Every fallen bodhisattva is the inverted flaming star. Every initiate who allows himself to fall becomes in fact an inverted flaming star. The best electrum is a flaming star with the 7 metals that correspond to the 7 planets. These are the following: silver for the moon, quicksilver for Mercury, copper for Venus, gold for the Sun, iron for Mars, tin for Jupiter, and lead for Saturn. One can make medallions to hang around the neck and rings to wear on the ring finger. The flaming star can also be drawn on a very white lambskin to be kept in the bedroom. It can also be used at the threshold of the nuptial bedroom. Thus we can prevent the tenebrous from entering the bedroom. We can also draw the pentagram on glass, and this terrorizes ghosts and demons. The pentagram is the symbol of the universal word of life. With certain secret mantra, the pentagram can be made to shine instantly. In the Gopalotapani and Krishna Upanishad, we have found the mantram that has the power to instantly form the terrible flaming star in the astral plane, before which demons flee in terror. This mantram is made up of 5 parts, which are Kleem, Krishnaya, Govindeya, Gopiyana Vallabhaya, Svaha. By vocalizing this mantram, the flaming star is instantly formed, before which the tenebrous of the 18th arcanum flee in terror. These demons violently attack the initiate when he is working in the great work. The devotees of the perfect matrimony have to wage tremendous battles against the tenebrous. Each vertebra of the spinal column represents terrible battles against the black magicians. They struggle to deviate the student from the path of the razor's edge. The powerful mantram mentioned above has 3 perfectly defined stages. On reciting Kleem, which the occultists of India call the seed of attraction, we provoke a flow of Christic energy, which descends instantly from the world of the solar logos to protect us, and then a mysterious door opens downwards. Then, by means of the 3 following parts of the mantram, he who has recited it is infused with Christic energy, and finally, by means of the 5th part, he who has received the Christic energy can radiate it with tremendous force to defend himself from the tenebrous. They then flee in terror. The word always crystallizes in geometric lines. This is demonstrated by magnetic tapes. When speech is recorded on a tape, each letter crystallizes into geometric forms. Afterwards, it is sufficient to make the tape vibrate in the tape recorder for the speech to be repeated. God geometries. The word takes on geometric forms. This mantra cited by us has the power to form the flaming star instantly in the supersensitive worlds. This star is a vehicle of Christic force. This star represents the word. Everyone who is working in the fiery forge of Vulcan can defend themselves with this powerful mantram. This mantram is vocalized by pronouncing each syllable. With this mantram one can conjure demons that control the possessed. It is urgent to learn how to create the flaming star instantly. With this mantram we can create that star to combat the tenebrous. The word. The erudite ignoramuses who so abound in this century may laugh like idiots at what they do not know. These people suppose that our mantra is words without any value and that their energy is lost in space. They ignore the internal value of words. The principal substance of the word is unknown to them, and that is why they laugh at our mantra. In every word there is an external and an internal value. It is precisely the internal value that is the principal substance of the word. The internal element of the word is not understood in our three-dimensional space. The internal element of the word must be sought in superior space, in dimensions superior to ours. Our space appears to us only as a part of superior space. This is how we reach the conclusion that we do not know the whole of space. All that we know is that small part which can be measured in terms of longitude, latitude, and height. The internal element of the word is formed geometrically in the superior dimensions of space. That is how, with the mantra given in this chapter, we can undoubtedly form a pentagonal star, invisible to the physical eyes but perfectly visible to the sixth sense. Scientists know nothing about the fourth dimension of matter in space. They know nothing about the hypergeometry of that type of fourth-dimensional space. To define space as the form of matter in the universe is to suffer the gravest conceptual deficiency, which is, to introduce the concept of matter, that is to say, the unknown, because in fact matter continues to be the unknown. Every attempt to reach a physical definition of matter only leads to a dead end: x equals y, y equals x. This is the physicist's blind alley. The psychological definitions of matter also lead to the same dead end. A sage said, "Matter, like force, does not present any difficulty at all. We know about it, for the very good reason that we have invented it." When we speak of matter, we think of sensible objects. That which is difficult to deal with is the mental substitution of concrete complex facts. Strictly speaking, matter exists only as a concept. Truth to tell, the character of matter, even when treated only as a conception, is so unobvious that the majority of persons are unable to tell exactly what they mean by it. No one really knows what matter is, and yet the conservative and reactionary school of materialistic positivism is founded on that concept. Even though physicists may not like it, we have to state that matter and energy are officially accepted words to designate a long series of complicated facts, the essential origin of which is unknown to science. Who has seen matter? Who has seen energy? We only see phenomena. No one has seen matter independent of substance. No one has seen energy separate from movement. Therefore, this shows that matter and energy are only abstract concepts. No one sees matter separate from the object. No one sees energy separate from movement. Matter and energy separate from things and phenomena are a mystery for the human being. The human being is 97% subconscious and only 3% conscious. The human being dreams of the phenomena of nature and calls them matter, energy, etc. Before the universe existed, before all the phenomena existed, there was the Word. Really, the Logos dreams. At the dawn of life, the army of the voice celebrated the rituals of fire by singing in sacred language. The great Word crystallized into geometric figures that were condensed by means of the materia prima of the great work, giving rise to all the phenomena of nature. The world and consciousness are really the result of the Word. Three-dimensional space is a property of our material perception. When we improve the quality of representations, the quality of perceptions also improves, and we enter the superior dimensions of space where the three-dimensional world no longer exists, remaining in our memory only as a dream. In reality, the world that is presented to our consciousness is only the mechanical aspect of all those combined causes that give rise to a definite series of sensations. Beyond the world and the consciousness, the principal cause of all existence is found. This is the Word. It is the Word that creates worlds. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. The Word is completely symbolized by the five-pointed star. This is the flaming star. With it we can defend ourselves against the tenebrous. Before this marvelous star the columns of angels and demons tremble. Chapter 31. The Eskimos of the North. Tradition says that the Eskimos of Greenland and Alaska have their origin in distant Thule. It is said that the Eskimos are mixed with invaders from Polynesia, Tunguska and Dean. The great Gnostic Rosicrucian master Arnold Crumheller speaks sublimely about distant Thule, the sacred island. Don Mario Rosso de Luna says that this island still exists, but is found in a state of Genas. We know that the first human race existed on this island. The polar race developed in an environment totally different from the present one. In that age, which dates back more than 300 million years, the Earth was really semi-etheric, semi-physical. It was an ocean, curved, blue as the night firmament. In those times, human beings could float in the atmosphere. Human bodies were androgynous and ethereal. These bodies were elastic and subtle. Just as they could maintain their gigantic form, 10 or 20 meters tall, they could reduce their size at will and assume pygmy-like stature, or take the size of the present human body. We cannot affirm that those people were hermaphroditic. This race was androgynous. The sexual energy operated in a different way, and they reproduced through the vociferous sexual act. In a determined instant, the original organism divided into exact halves. This is similar to multiplication by cellular division. Each time this occurred, there was prayer and profound veneration of the divine. Although it may seem incredible, the first human race reached a very high degree of civilization. With the plastic and ethereal matter of this primeval earth, houses were built, palaces, cities, and grandiose temples. Naturally, the pigs of today's materialism will laugh at our affirmations because they have never found the remains of this civilization. It is impossible to find the remains of such an ancient civilization, because in that age the earth was ethereal, that is to say, it was made of promatter. Only in the memories of nature can the great clairvoyants find all the living history of the first race. This is the protoplasmic race. This is the legitimate protoplasm of the human race. The great clairvoyants can laugh all they want at the Darwinian and Haeckel'ian protoplasm. The fossil remains of human beings found in the subterranean caverns of the earth have nothing to do with the protoplasmic race. These remains are those of degenerated tribes, descendants of the submerged Atlantis. Religion, science, and philosophy were totally united in the culture of the polar race. The inhabitants of distant Thule were Bodhisattva Vas of the masters of other Mahamanvantras. Adam and Eve were one single being. Nowadays, Adam and Eve are separated and suffer and search for each other with an insatiable thirst to unite. Only during the sexual act are the man and woman one single being. In those moments of sexual voluptuousness, both man and woman have the immense joy of being one single being. The cosmic rituals of that age are very interesting. In the temples, the trained clairvoyant can discover pure occult masonry. Nevertheless, those rituals differed so greatly from those that currently exist in the world that it would be impossible for the modem mason to admit that these rituals were Masonic. The lights of the temple were not fixed. No sooner had the venerable master occupied a throne than he would abandon it. Sometimes the first vigilant occupied a throne, to later change it for that of the second vigilant. The high dignitaries levitated to exchange among themselves their ceremonial positions. On their vestments, the colors black and white were combined to represent the struggle between spirit and matter. The construction of the temple was perfect. The symbols and the tools of work were used inverted, to represent the drama that is projected into the centuries, the descent of spirit toward matter. Thus we may contemplate with surprise the inverted scepters, chalice, etc., all inverted. Life was at this time descending towards matter, and it was necessary then to give symbolic expression to this. The sacred processions were grandiose. They made the great mysteries and the supreme descent of spirit towards matter understands able. This was a magnificent event that was awaited through the course of the centuries. It was awaited with as much yearning as is today the return of man to the superior worlds. The language of the protoplasmic race was the word of gold, a universal and cosmic language whose combinations of sound produce cosmic phenomena of all kinds. Those who follow the path of the perfect matrimony rediscover that primeval language within themselves. When the sacred fire reaches the level of the throat, we begin to speak in the very pure orthoepy of the divine language which, like a river of gold, flows delightfully beneath the dense forest of the sun. Singing in this language, the parents of the gods taught the gods the cosmic laws of nature. The script of the first race was the runes. The mallet of masonry comes from the arrow of the Egyptian god Ra, and this is a rune. In that epoch, the rituals of the polar temple were all runic. The movements of the officials were runic. This is the divine scripture. Let us remember that the swastika is a rune. The Hebrew letters are nothing other than modifications of runic letters. The cradle of occult wisdom was not Asia, as many believe. The true cradle of occult wisdom was the sacred island, distant Thule, about which Huaracocha said so many beautiful things. In the epoch of the protoplasmic race, the sacred isle was not in the north. That island was in fact a continent positioned exactly on the equatorial line. Much later, with the revolution of the axis of the Earth, this island came to be in the north. The revolution of the Earth's axis has already been demonstrated by contemporary science. Nowadays, the poles are deviating toward the equator. The present Eskimos, although mixed with other races, are not descendants of the first race. Rather, they are degenerated Atlanteans, but they maintain some very interesting traditions. These people have a family bond that unites them. Each patriarch uses a special amulet consisting of a sign, totem mark, or the name of a species of sacred animal, which he passes on to his descendants. Because they live in the North Pole, many thinkers may feel inclined to believe that this race could have its origin in the primitive Nordics of the First Age. It is interesting to know that among the ancient Eskimos there was no special authority, kachiklu or king. They were ruled by a council of elders. The young males united in perfect matrimony with women of other clans, but the amulet served as a distinguishing sign to avoid marriages among relatives. In other times, polyandry existed. They killed every female child that was born before the male son. Fortunately, they have now abandoned that barbaric custom. In his book entitled History of Matrimony, R. Westermarch says that the Eskimos lent their wife to another man, or exchanged her. In fact, this is an adulterous custom. A horrible custom incompatible with the doctrine preached by our adorable Savior Jesus the Christ. But every rule has its exception, and we cannot believe that all Eskimos have the same barbaric custom. There is everything in the garden of the Lord. It is a custom for the Eskimos to wrap their dead in skins and to bury them beneath a tumulus surrounded by a fence. In the Aleutian Islands, they were tied with cords and buried in the crevices of cliffs. The Eskimos know the law of eternal return. They know that the ego returns to a new womb. The fetishes or diminutive dolls of the Eskimos symbolize the essence. They believe that the essence is tiny and diminutive, but the priests do not ignore that the soul is fabricated with it. Pregnancy, the birth of children, puberty and death are celebrated with special esoteric practices. The Eskimos adore the feminine principle of God. They love their sublime elder Sedna, who lives in the depths of the ocean and sends marine animals for their nourishment. Naturally, the erudite ignoramuses who know nothing about occult science laugh at the divine religion of the Eskimos. The best canticles and rituals of the Eskimos are for the Divine Mother. The symbolic journeys of the shaman, priest, in search of the ancient Sedna, to console her when she becomes angered. And the processions that the community makes to reconcile her remind us of the symbolic journeys of the Masonic candidate around the lodge. The journeys are the external symbols of the elevation of the candidate's consciousness through the superior worlds. The 5 symbolic journeys of occult masonry are intimately related with the 5 initiations of major mysteries. When they see these journeys of the Eskimos, the profane and ignorant do nothing but laugh and laugh at what they do not know. They laugh like idiots. They laugh at what they do not know. The Eskimos know with perfect exactitude, as the true initiate who has awakened his 6th sense also knows, that there exist genies, elves, gnomes, giants, salamanders of the fire, undines, etc., etc. Fortunately, official science, after having accepted hypnotism and having baptized it with the new name hypnology, has to accept clairvoyance as a logical consequence. Only in this way is it possible to explain to ourselves that a subject in a hypnotic state can see through a wall or can inform about what is happening often at a distance of thousands of kilometers. What science rejects today, it accepts tomorrow. Today those who laugh at Paracelsus and the Eskimos because of the elementals, gnomes, pygmies, salamanders, genies, undines, sylphs, etc., will have to laugh at themselves and become red with embarrassment when these creatures are rediscovered by science. Who would have believed only 5 years ago in the glass snake? Now, in 1961, a famous scientist, one of those who previously described himself as incredulous, has just discovered the famous glass snake. This snake has the power to drop its tail at will in cases of danger, easily being able to regenerate it afterwards. When the glass snake finds itself in danger, attacked by some animal, it coils up, becomes rigid and throws itself over the animal. It then instantly abandons its tail and its head escapes in a flash. The animal is distracted by the tail while the snake saves itself. Later a new tail grows from the head. Thus nature has many marvels, and it is necessary to learn how to respect all religions, because they are but forms of a single universal religion. Tremendous truths and cosmic sciences are contained in every religion, unknown to the erudite ignoramuses of this barbaric age. All those who want to profoundly self-realize must work in their laboratory with the sulfur, fire, the nitrogen, air, the man, water, and the bull, earth. These 4 elements form a cross. The alchemist who follows the path of the perfect matrimony must transmute the lead into gold within the profound caverns of the great mountain range, the spinal column. In this great mountain range live the gnomes, the guardians of all the treasures of the earth, the great alchemists who transmute lead into gold. The gnomes work with the salamanders of the fire, with the sylphs of the air and the voluptuous undines of the pure water of life. The ardent salamanders fertilize the unquiet undines, and the happy and playful sylphs animate the fire of the laboratory's furnace, the chakra called the Church of Ephesus, so that the water, semen, evaporates from within its container, the sex. The seminal vapors rise through the chimney to the distillery, the brain. There the gnomes perform the great distillation, perfectly, transmuting the remaining lead into gold. It is necessary to transmute the lead of the personality into the gold of the spirit. Only in this way can we again speak the very pure orthoepy of the divine language. Our motto is thelema, will. We need to pass through the 5 great initiations of fire, symbolized by the 3 degrees of occult masonry. We need to return, to go back to the divine wisdom of distant Thule. Much has been said about this distant Thule, the land of the gods. The ancestors of the Eskimos and the Aztecs reside there. Quetzalcoatl lives there. From there he came and there he returned. The Emperor Montezuma sent a group of ambassador magicians to that mysterious Thule. They went in a state of jinas, that is to say, they traveled within the 4th dimension. Distant Thule is the sacred land, the sacred isle, the first continent to exist and the last to cease to exist. That continent is found in the polar ice cap of the north, within the 4th dimension. The Aztec magicians sent by Montezuma arrived there in a state of jinas, carrying presents to the ancestors of the Aztecs. On their return, they brought a message for Montezuma and the Aztecs, which we could synthesize as follows: if you do not stop your passions, cruelties, and vices, you will be punished. White men will come from the sea and will conquer you and destroy you. All this was fulfilled by the arrival of the Spanish in Mexico. The matter of the 4th dimension, and of a sacred land within the 4th dimension at the North Pole, may make the erudite ignoramuses laugh. They in fact have not studied all the dimensions of space. It is a shame that mathematics cannot define the dimensions of space. Every mathematical expression always corresponds to a realization of realities. Thus one thinks with formal logic. Fortunately, though, there exists a dialectic logic that would permit us to use mathematics to define the 6 fundamental dimensions of the universe. Generally, the dimensions are represented by powers, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, etc. It was precisely this that provided a base for Hinton to construct his famous theory of tesseracts, or four-dimensional solids, a raised to the fourth power. This is the representation of dimensions in the form of powers. Many authors consider that mathematics has nothing to do with dimensions because there is no difference between the dimensions. This concept appears false to us. We believe that the difference between dimensions is obvious, and that the entire universe is made according to the law of number, measure, and weight. What happens is that whilst the mind is bottled up in formal logic, we will limit the use of mathematics to the three-dimensional world. We urgently need dialectic logic to be able to consider as something logical the representation of dimensions by powers. This is only possible dialectically, with dialectic logic. Metageometry studies superior space. Metageometry is destined to totally replace Euclidean geometry. In fact, Euclidean geometry only serves to investigate the properties of a particular physical space. But wanting to abandon the study of the fourth vertical clearly means that physics will be halted in its progress. The vital secret of all mechanics is found in the fourth coordinate. Metageometry has the merit of considering the three-dimensional world as a section of a superior space. The point of three-dimensional spaces is only a sectional slice of a metageometry line. With formal logic, it is impossible to consider metageometry lines as distances between points in our space, and it is impossible to represent them forming figures in our space. But, with dialectic logic you have distances between points of our space and we can represent these with figures and qualities. It is not absurd, then, to say that the continent of the North Pole belongs to the fourth dimension. Neither would it be absurd in light of the thought of dialectic logic to affirm that this continent is inhabited by people who have physical bodies. We can make a map of this continent AD. This would be accepted by dialectic logic. Formal logic, on the other hand, besides considering our affirmations absurd, would lead us in fact into error. The three-dimensionality of the world certainly exists in our psyche, in our receptive apparatus. It is also there where we can all find the marvels of the superdimensional, if we develop clairvoyance, clairaudience, etc., that is to say, if we perfect our psychic apparatus. Only through the development of our powers of internal perception can we study the superior dimensions of nature. Materialistic positivism has built a great wall of China around free investigation. Now, the erudite ignoramuses condemn as anti-scientific all which arises contradictory to that wall. Materialistic positivism is conservative and reactionary. We the Gnostics are revolutionaries, and we totally reject reactionary and conservative ideas. Immanuel Kant, the great German philosopher, considers space to be a property of the receptivity of the world by our consciousness. We carry in ourselves the conditions of our space, and therefore, within ourselves we will find the conditions that allow us to establish correlations between our space and superior space. When the microscope was invented, the world of the infinitely small was open to us. In the same way, the world of the fourth dimension will be open to us with the awakening of the sixth sense. Those who have developed the sixth sense can study the Akasha records of nature and discover for themselves the reality of the polar continent of the north. The first race that existed in the world was of a black color. This was the protoplasmic race, the androgynous race that reproduced itself through the falciparous sexual act, similar to multiplication by cellular division. The first race lived in the fourth dimension of space. The Earth itself was then submerged within the fourth dimension. That race had a gigantic civilization. The language of gold was spoken, and they wrote with runic letters. These letters are of great esoteric power. In that epoch, the angel Uriel wrote a precious cosmic book with runic letters. We can only study this book in the Akasha records. The manner of perception and representation of the people of the first race was not subjective as is that of humanity today. These polar people had clear and perfect objective representations and perceptions. They could see bodies in a complete and exact manner. The people of today can only see sides, angles, faces, surfaces, etc. Now nobody sees complete bodies. People of today are degenerated and only have incomplete. subjective perceptions and representations of a type which is completely degenerate and subjective. We need to return to the point of departure and regenerate our psychic apparatus through sexual magic and internal meditation to reconquer objective representations and perceptions. It is urgent to eliminate all subjective elements from our representations and perceptions. This is possible by improving the quality of the representations with the technique of meditation, and by regenerating the psychic apparatus with sexual magic. In the North is the cradle of occult wisdom, and not in the Orient as some Orientalists suppose. The Eskimos conserve many religious traditions that are worth seriously investigating. Archimedes said, "Give me a point of support and I will move the universe." Archimedes searched for the lever to move the universe. This lever exists. Eliphas Levi says that this lever is the astral light. We prefer to speak more clearly and say that the lever of Archimedes is Kundalini. Whoever develops Kundalini can place his body of flesh and bone into the fourth dimension to transport himself to distant Thule, the land of the gods. Whoever knows how to pray and ask Mother Kundalini could well beg her to put him in the fourth dimension and transport him to the sacred island. Kundalini is the lever of Archimedes, the lever with which we place ourselves in the fourth dimension, traveling with our physical bodies. The invention of the lever immediately differentiated primitive man from the animal, and in fact was linked with the real appearance of concepts. If we understand in depth, psychically, the action of the lever, we discover with astonishment that its construction consists of a correct syllogism. Whoever does not know how to construct a syllogism correctly can neither totally understand the action of a lever. The syllogism in the psychic sphere is literally the same thing as the lever in the physical sphere. In reality, we can be sure that the beings living on Earth are divided into two groups, those who know the action of the lever and those who do not know this action. Man needs the lever of Archimedes, the super-astral serpent, to put himself into the fourth dimension and transport himself with his body to the land of the gods. When mathematics has renounced the fundamental axioms of identity and difference, the path is found that leads to a superior order of things in the superior dimensions of space. The great writer, Pio, said, "In the world of the infinite and variable magnitudes, a magnitude may not be the same as itself. One part can he equal to the whole, and of two equal magnitudes one can he infinitely greater than the other." In reality, this can seem a complete absurdity when we study the question in the light of the mathematics of constant and finite numbers. But it is certain, completely certain and true, that the mathematics of constant and finite numbers is in itself the calculus of the relations that exist between non-existent mod, that is, the calculus of the absurd. Then, we can completely affirm that what appears as absurd from the point of view of this mathematics may really be true, even though people do not believe it. On a certain occasion, a famous penologist said, "To discover truth we have to renounce logic." In part, this lawyer spoke the truth, in another way he did not. In reality, we have to renounce formal logic, but not logic, because logic is the art of correct thinking. If we stop thinking correctly clearly, we fall into the absurd. In his critique of pure reason, Immanuel Kant showed us the path of a transcendental logic. Before Bacon arid the famous Aristotle, in the archaic scriptures of the sacred land of the Vedas, formulae for a superior logic were already given. These formulae were written in very ancient books. This logic is dialectic logic. This is intuitive logic, the logic of ecstasy, the logic of the infinite. This logic existed long before deductive or inductive logic were formulated. When man masters this marvelous key of the mind called dialectic logic, he can open the mysterious door of the world of natural causes without danger of falling into error. The axioms of dialectic logic can only be formulated during ecstasy. If we really want to deeply understand the multidimensional world and visit the sacred land of the gods situated in the northern polar cap, we urgently need to cast everything out from the temple of our mind, all the intellectual idols that have become axioms. We need to liberate the mind. Free it from formal logic, which is only good for Molière and his caricatures. The lands of Ginas, the marvels hidden within the 1001 Nights, the countries of gold where the ineffable gods of the aurora live, become a tremendous reality when we find the lever of Archimedes. Supported by this mysterious lever, we spring to the fourth dimension. The hour has arrived to liberate the mind and to awaken Kundalini. The moment has arrived for the human being to learn to pass to the fourth dimension at will any time he wishes. If someone who has awakened Kundalini were to supplicate to this Kundal, in the moments when falling asleep, asking to be placed in the fourth dimension and transported to the sacred island of the North Pole, you could be sure, dear reader, that the miracle would inevitably occur. The only thing that the initiate needs is to know is how to raise himself from the bed whilst conserving sleep. The snake will help him with everything when he in turn knows how to help himself. Help yourself and I will help you. Chapter 32. The Divine Trinity. The sacred scriptures of India affirm that the navel, the heart and the throat are igneous centers of the human organism, and also add that meditating on these centers, we encounter the masters Sarasvati, Lakshmi, Parvati or Gauri in successive hierarchical order. These three masters work with the three levels of our resplendent dragon of wisdom. These three masters control the forces that come from the three aspects of the solar logos. Sarasvati works with the forces of the Father. Lakshmi works with the forces of the Son, and Parvati with the forces of the Holy Spirit. Sarasvati exerts control over the human mind, Lakshmi exerts control over the astral body, and Parvati exerts control over the physical body. The apprentice has to perfect his physical body by accustoming it to the practice of sexual magic with his priestess wife. This work is very arduous and difficult. The journeyman needs to perfect his astral body until it becomes a useful instrument. The master needs to perfect his mental body with the power of fire that blazes in the universal orchestration. The apprentice must invoke the master Parvati to help him to control the sexual organs during the practice of sexual magic. The journeyman must invoke Lakshmi to teach him how to project the astral body. It is urgent to learn how to travel consciously and positively in the astral body. The master must invoke Sarasvati so that he may help him to crystify the mind. These invocations are made during sexual magic. It is necessary to invoke the forces of the Holy Spirit during sexual magic. It is urgent to call the forces of the Christ so that they give rise to the birth of the Christ astral in the depths of our interior universe. It is indispensable to ask the forces of the Father for assistance with our mind. We need to engender the Christ mind. The physical, astral, and mental vehicles must become fine instruments of the Spirit. It is indispensable to learn how to live consciously in the astral body. Let us remember that the mind is found within the astral. It is urgent to visit the temples of the white. Lodge consciously. In the astral, we can study at the feet of the Master. In the following paragraphs, we will teach the mantra for astral projection as taught by a sage in one of his books. These mantras are in the Sanskrit language, and the yogis of India use them to live in the astral body. Mantram for astral projection. Hair Ram. Hair Ram, Ram hair hair. Hair Christo. Hair Christo, 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 hair, hair. Hair Murari Madhup Coiptis, hair Kopal Govind Mukam Sanra. Mage Priyaj Yodi Kalpi Basi Parvat Tulo Hero, no Danan by Danem. Shri Govind, Shri Govind. Shri Govind. Shri Govind. Ganesha Namup. The devotee should fall asleep with the head towards the north or towards the east. It is necessary that the devotee should first learn by heart these mantra of India. The devotee should lie down dorsal decubitus, face up, should beg, call and invoke with all his soul the Master Lakshmi to take him out consciously arid positively in the astral body. It is necessary to call Lakshmi in the name of the Christ. Invocation. In the name of the Christ, by the glory of the Christ, by the power of the Christ, I call you, Lakshmi, 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 Amen. This invocation is repeated thousands of times, supplicating to the Master Lakshmi to take you consciously out of the physical body and to teach you how to travel consciously in the astral body. After making this invocation, Recite the Sanskrit mantra thousands of times with the mind concentrated on the Christ. Fall asleep calmly while making the invocation. When you wake up, practice a retrospective exercise to remember where you were, where you walked, with whom you were speaking, etc. It is necessary to ask Lakshmi to teach you how to go consciously into the astral. It is necessary to have patience as great as that of Saint Job to learn how to go out consciously in the astral body. Let us remember that the degree of apprentice is of 7 years, and that only after 7 years do the first flashes of illumination begin. We give this caution so that the student knows what to expect. For the curious, the profane, and the profaners of the temple, it is best that they leave. This science is not for the curious. In accordance with how the devotee practices sexual magic with his priestess wife, in accordance with how his conduct becomes more and more upright, in accordance with his continuing sanctification, the splendors and powers of the intimate, the spirit, begin to reflect in his astral body and in his mind. Then comes illumination. That is the path, but this illumination is only after the degree of apprentice. We are speaking in the terminology of occult masonry. Every true candidate prepared for illumination will be able to be recognized and verified with the square and the compass. When the spirit and the human personality act in an orderly manner and in full harmony, the devotee is prepared for illumination. Whoever complains of lack of illumination cannot withstand the trial of the square and the compass. When the inferior quaternary loyally obeys the spirit, the result is illumination. As long as the inferior quaternary does not obey the spirit, that is to say, while the human personality does not know how to obey the spirit, illumination is impossible. The devotee should purify his bedroom daily with special aromatic substances. Incense purifies the astral body. A good incense attracts the great masters that we need for our work. We can mix incense with gum benzoin. Benzoin purifies the astral body and dispels gross and sensual thoughts. Benzoin can be mixed with incense in a perfume censer, or all burnt within a brazier. This is the most practical. The essence of roses can also be mixed with these perfumes to purify the environment. It is good to remember that roses have great power. The rose is the queen of flowers. It is necessary that the rose of the spirit opens its fragrant and delicious bud upon the cross of our body. We also recommend a libinum to create a devotional atmosphere in the nuptial bedroom. Husband and wife should live in the midst of perfume and love. Incense and perfume burn delightfully in all Hindu, Parsi, Jain, Shinto temples, etc., etc. Incense and perfumes were never absent from the temples of Greece, Rome, Persia, etc. The devotee needs much purification and sanctification to reach illumination. Special indication. Jesus, the great Hierophant, said, "Help yourself and I will help you." So then, the Gnostic student should take account of these words of the Master. The mantra to go out in the astral body, as we have taught in this chapter, are marvelous. The invocation to the Master Lakshmi is magnificent, marvelous, but the Gnostic student must help himself, must concentrate on the navel. He must fall asleep singing the mantra mentally, and when he finds himself dozing, when he feels that lassitude characteristic of sleep, he should imagine himself to be a breeze, a gas, something subtle, to feel himself to be completely aerial and gaseous, and in that state, feeling thus aerial and subtle, to forget the heaviness of the physical body, to think that he can fly anywhere because he no longer has weight of any kind. Forgetting his physical body, feeling like a cloud, aroma, breeze, divine breath, he should leap up from his bed. Do not try to leap mentally. It is urgent that all this is translated into action, into concrete acts. Once outside the physical body, leave your house and direct yourself in the astral body to the Gnostic church, or to whichever place you want. With the astral body one can travel to other planets. With the astral body one can visit the most distant places of the cosmos, the mystery temples, etc. With the astral body the devotee will be able to study the Akasha records of nature, and know all past, present and future events. There is an Oriental prophecy which states that by the end of the 20th century scientists will have special radio television apparatus to study the Akasha records of nature. Then the whole of humanity will be able to see on the screen all the history of the earth and its races, all the living history of the great men like Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, Hermes, and Quetzalcoatl. Today man struggles to perfect the radio to receive the discourses of the Christ, Cicero, Orpheus, etc. These waves exist because nothing stops vibrating in nature, and it is only a question of perfecting the radio and the radio television. The day is not far off, when man will invent certain special lenses to see the astral body and the astral plane. The Great White Lodge is initiating these types of scientific inventions and discoveries. Chapter 33. The Christ. The adorable god Christos, Christ, comes from the archaic cults to the fire god. The letters P, pyre, and X, cross, represent the hieroglyph for generation of the sacred fire. Christ was worshipped in the mysteries of Mitra, Apollo, Aphrodite, Jupiter, Janus, Vesta, Iacchus, Astarte, Demeter, Quetzalcoatl, etc. The Christic principle has never been absent from any religion. All religions are one. Religion is as inherent to life as humidity is to water. The great cosmic universal religion was modified into thousands of religious forms. The priests of all religious forms are completely identifiable with one another because of the fundamental principles of the great cosmic universal religion. There is no basic difference between the Mohammedan priest and the Jewish priest, or between the pagan priest and the legitimate Christian one. Religion is one, single, and absolutely universal. The ceremonies of the Shinto priest of Japan or of the Mongol lamas are similar to the ceremonies of the witch doctors and sorcerers of Africa and Oceania. When a religious form degenerates, it disappears and the universal life creates new religious forms in its place. Authentic primitive Gnostic Christianity comes from paganism. Before paganism, the cosmic Christ was worshipped in all cults. In Egypt, Christ was Osiris and whoever incarnated him was an Osirified one. In all ages there have been masters who have assimilated the infinite universal Christic principle. In Egypt, Hermes was the Christ. In Mexico, the Christ was Quetzalcoatl. In sacred India, Krishna is Christ. In the Holy Land, the great Gnostic Jesus, who was educated in the land of Egypt, was the one who had the joy of assimilating the universal Christic principle, and because of this he was worthy of being rebaptized again with the Sati, beingness, of fire and of the cross, Christos. The Nazarene, Jesus Zeus, is the modern man who totally incarnates the universal Christic principle. Before him, many masters incarnated this Christic principle of fire. The Rabbi of Galilee is a god because he totally incarnated the cosmic Christ. Hermes, Quetzalcoatl, KT are gods because they also incarnated the cosmic Christ. It is necessary to worship the gods, they help their devotees. Ask, and it shall be given you. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. The art of producing fire is sexual magic. Only with the perfect matrimony can we produce fire, develop it arid incarnate the Christ. Thus, we become gods. The Christic principle is always the same. The masters who incarnate it are living Buddhas. Among them there are always hierarchies. The Buddha Jesus is the most exalted initiate of the universal white fraternity. When a religious form has fulfilled its mission, it disintegrates. Jesus the Christ was in fact the initiator of a new era. Jesus was a religious necessity of that time. At the end of the Roman Empire, the pagan priestly caste had fallen into the most complete disrepute. The multitudes no longer respected the priests, and the artists satirized the divine rituals in comedies, sarcastically nicknaming the divinities of Olympus and Avernus. It is painful to see how these people depicted the god Bacchus as a drunken woman, and at other times caricatured him as a pot-bellied drunkard mounted upon a donkey. They represented the ineffable and blessed goddess Venus as an adulterous woman who went in search of orgiastic pleasure, followed by nymphs who were chased by satyrs before Pan and Bacchus. In that time of religious decadence, the people of Greece and Rome did not even respect Mars, the god of war. They sarcastically represented him trapped by Vulcan's invisible net, in the instant of committing adultery with his wife, the beautiful Venus. The way in which they would ridicule the wronged, the sarcasm, the irony, etc., clearly shows the decadence of paganism. Not even Jupiter Olympus, the father of the gods, escaped profanation, for he was sarcastically represented in many satires busy seducing goddesses, nymphs, and mortals. Priapus became the terror of husbands, and Olympus, the ancient abode of the gods, became a licentious bacchanal. The terrible Avernus, Inferno, ruled by Pluto, source of terror for innumerable centuries, no longer frightened anybody and became a subject of comedy with intrigues of all kinds, sarcasm and ridicule that made everybody laugh. The anathemas and the excommunications of priests, pontiffs, bishops, etc., did not have any effect, because the people no longer respected them. The religious form had fulfilled its mission and its death was inevitable. Most of the priests then degenerated and prostituted themselves in the already degenerate temples of Vesta, Venus Aphrodite, and Apollo. At that time many pagan priests became vagrants, comedians, puppeteers, beggars. The common people would make fun of them and run after them throwing stones. Thus ended the religious form of Roman paganism. That form had already completed its mission, and now all that remained was for it to die. The world needed something new. The universal religion needed to manifest in a new form. Jesus was the initiator of that new era. In fact, Jesus the Christ was the divine hero of the new age. The Nicene Council held in the year 325 AD did not create a new hero, as the materialistic pigs suppose. In the Nicene Council, a doctrine and a man were officially recognized. The doctrine was primitive Christianity today, disfigured by the Roman Catholic section. The man was Jesus. Many men had declared themselves avatars of the new era, but none except for Jesus had taught the doctrine of the new era. The facts speak for themselves, and Jesus spoke with facts. That is why he was recognized as the initiator of the new era. The doctrine of Jesus is Christic esotericism, the solar religion of all ages and centuries. The Gnosticism taught by Jesus is the religion of the sun. The primeval Christianity of the gods of the dawn. At the Nicene Council, legal status was in fact given to a new religious form that had long endured terrifying persecution and martyrdom. It is sufficient to remember the circus of lions in the times of Nero, when the Christians were thrown into the arena to be devoured by these wild animals. Let us remember the times of the catacombs and the sufferings of all those Gnostics. It was only just that the Nicene Council should definitively recognize in a totally official form a solar doctrine and a man who had incarnated the cosmic Christ. The single authentic image of our Lord Jesus Christ taken from an engraved emerald, made by order of the Roman Emperor Tiberius. It comes from the treasure of Constantinople and was surrendered by the Sultan of Turkey to Pope Innocent VIII as ransom for his brother, held captive by the Christians. This likeness has been taken directly from the priceless emerald, which forms part of the treasure of the Vatican. We clarify that the holy gods of the Egyptian, Greek, Roman, Venan, Scandinavian, Gaelic, Germanic, Assyrian, Aramaic, Babylonian, Persian religions, etc., have not died. These gods fulfilled their mission and then they withdrew, that is all. In a future Mahavantra, those ineffable gods and their divine religions will return in the right day and hour to manifest anew. When a religious form disappears, it entrusts its ecumenical universal principles to the religious form that follows it, that is the law of life. Jesus had the divine attributes of Krishna, Buddha, Zeus, Jupiter, Apollo. All of them were born of a virgin. In fact, the Christ is always born of the Virgin Mother of the world. Every master practices sexual magic and, speaking in a symbolic sense, we can affirm that the Christ is born within the womb of the priestess wife. The emblems, symbols, and dramas of the birth of the gods are always the same. The god Mitra was born on December 24th at midnight, just as Jesus. The birthplace of Jesus was Bethlehem. This name comes from the name of the god of the Babylonian and Germanic peoples, who named their sun god Bel or Belen. By this they wanted to make understood the reality of a man who had incarnated the Christ Son. Thus the goddesses Isis, Juno, Demeter, Ceres, Vesta, Maya were personified in the mother of the Hierophant Jesus. The Hebraic Maria was a great initiate. Every occultist knows this. All these goddess mothers can represent the divine mother Kundalini, of whom the universal word of life is always born. All the martyred saints, virgins, angels, cherubim, seraphim, archangels, powers, virtues, and thrones are the same as the demigods, titans, goddesses, sylphs, cyclops, and messengers of the gods, but now with new names. The religious principles are always the same. The religious forms may change, but the principles do not change because there is only one religion, the universal religion. The ancient convents of nuns reappeared in a new form, but with the misfortune that the medieval priests, not knowing the great arcanum, only used the priestesses to fornicate. If they had known the great arcanum, the priestesses would have fulfilled a great mission, and the priests would have attained profound self-realization. Then the Roman Catholic form would not have degenerated, and Christic esotericism would now be resplendent in all temples. In the new age of Aquarius, Gnostic Christic esotericism will replace the Catholic form, and the human being will venerate the ineffable gods. The perfect matrimony is the religious path of the new age. It is impossible to incarnate the cosmic Christ without sexual magic. Love is the highest religion. God is love. The hour has arrived to understand in depth the profound meaning of that which is called love. Really, love is the only type of energy that can totally Christifies us. Sex is the stone of the sun. Sex is the cornerstone upon which we have to build the temple for the Lord. The stone which the builders rejected, the same has become the head of the corner. This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. It is precisely this stone that is rejected by infrasexuals who presume to be perfect. It is really something marvelous that this stone, considered taboo, or sinful, or simply an instrument of pleasure, be placed at the head of the corner of the temple. Therefore I say unto you, the kingdom of God, the magus regnum or kingdom of magic, shall be taken from you, and given to a nation bringing forth the fruits thereof. And whosoever shall fall on this stone shall be broken, but on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder. See Matthew 21, verses 42-44. Sex is the foundation stone of the family, because without it the family could not exist. Sex is the foundation stone of man, because without it man could not come into existence. Sex is the foundation stone of the universe, because without it the universe could not exist. The sexual energy of the third logos flows from the center of every nebula, and from the vortex of every atom. When this energy stops flowing from the center of the earth, this planet will become a corpse. The sexual energy of the third logos has three modes of expression: 1. Reproduction of the species, 2. Evolution of the human race, 3. Spiritual development. Kundalini is the same type of energy as that from which the third logos elaborates all the elements of the earth. In nature there are three types of energy. First, that of the Father; second, that of the Son; third, that of the Holy Spirit. In India the Father is Brahma, the Son, Vishnu, the Holy Spirit, Shiva. The force of the Holy Spirit must return inwards and upwards. It is urgent that the sexual forces are sublimated to the heart. In this magnetic center these forces are mixed with the forces of the sun, to rise to the superior worlds. Only the person who completely develops Kundalini is totally Christified. Only the person who is Christified can incarnate. The Father. The Son is one with the Father, and the Father is one with the Son. No one reaches the Father but through the Son. Thus it is written, the forces of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit descend, to later return inwards and upwards. This is law. The energies of the Holy Spirit descend to the sexual organs. The energies of the Son descend to the heart, and the energies of the Father to the mind. We return via the energies of the Holy Spirit, and on this return there are marvelous encounters. In the heart, we meet the Christ, and in the mind, the Father. These encounters signify the return inwards and upwards. Thus we pass beyond the fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensions of space. Then we liberate ourselves completely. Much has been said about the Hierophant Jesus, but in reality nobody knows his personal biography. There is a tendency to castrate the Hierophant Jesus. The Christian sects depict an infrasexual Jesus, effeminate, weak, but at times angry, like a capricious woman. Naturally, all of this is absurd. The reality is that nobody knows the personal life of Jesus because we do not have his biography. Only with the faculties of objective clairvoyance can we study the life of Jesus in the Akashic records of nature. The Akasa is a subtle agent that penetrates and permeates all space. All the events of the earth and its races, the life of Jesus, etc., are depicted as an eternal and living film in the Akasa. This medium even permeates the air. Radio-television science, towards the end of this century, will have instruments adequate to see the Akasa records. Then, with this equipment, people will study the personal life of the Hierophant Jesus. We already know that all movement is relative and that there is only one constant, the velocity of light. Light travels at a certain constant velocity. With their lenses, the astronomers perceive stars that have already ceased to exist. What they see and even photograph of these stars is the memory, the Akasha. Many of these stars are so distant that the light coming from them could have begun its journey before the formation of the world. This slowness of light, this constant, may in reality make possible the invention of certain special instruments with which the past can be seen. None of this is impossible. With a very special telescope, with a very special radio-television apparatus, it is possible to capture sounds and light, events and happenings that have occurred on our Earth since the formation of the world. Science will achieve this very soon, at the end of this century. Then it will be possible to write the biography of Jesus. The Gnostics, in the astral body, study the Akasha records whenever it is necessary. We know the life of the great master, and we know that Jesus was really a complete man in the fullest sense of the word. Jesus had a priestess wife, because he was not an infrasexual. The wife of Jesus was very much a lady adept, endowed with great secret powers. Jesus traveled through Europe and was a member of a Mediterranean mystery school. Jesus studied in Egypt and practiced sexual magic with his priestess inside one of the pyramids. That is how he recapitulated the initiations, and later achieved the Venustic initiation. Jesus traveled through Persia, India, etc. Thus, the great master was a master in the most complete sense of the word. The four Gospels are really four texts of alchemy and white magic. Initiation begins with the transmutation of the water of life, semen, into the wine of light of the alchemists. This miracle is realized at the wedding of Canaan, always in wedlock. With this miracle, one begins to traverse the path of initiation. All the drama of the life, passion, and death of Jesus is as ancient as the world. This drama comes from the ancient archaic religions of the past and is known in every corner of the world. This drama is applicable to Jesus, and in general to all those who traverse the path of the razor's edge. That drama is not the personal life of one man. That drama is the esoteric life of all those who follow the secret path. That drama can be applied to Jesus, just as to any other Christified initiate. Actually, the drama of the life, passion, death, and resurrection of Jesus is a cosmic drama that existed king before the existence of the world. That drama is known in all worlds of infinite space. The four Gospels can only be understood with the key of sexual magic and the perfect matrimony. The four Gospels were only written to serve as a guide to the few who follow the path of the razor's edge. The four Gospels were never written for the multitudes. The work of adapting the cosmic drama to the new age was marvelous. Secret groups of initiates took part in this work. They did a splendid job. When lay people study the Gospels, they misinterpret them. Jesus had the heroism to assimilate the Christic substance in all his internal vehicles. He achieved this by working with Inri, fire. Thus, the Hierophant was able to be one with the Father. Jesus became a Christ and ascended to the Father. Everyone who assimilates the Christic substance in the physiological, biological, anemic, and spiritual self becomes a Christ. So then, Christ is not some kind of human or divine individual. Christ is a cosmic substance that is found in all infinite space. We need to form Christ within us. This is only possible with Inri, fire. Christ can do nothing without the snake. This only develops, evolves, and progresses by practicing sexual magic. Whoever forms Christ becomes Christ. Only Christ can ascend to the Father. The Father is neither a human nor divine individual. The Father, the Son, and Holy Spirit are substances, forces, transcendental and extremely divine energies. That is all. What happens is that unfortunately people have a marked tendency to anthropomorphize these superior forces. Jesus lived the drama of the Passion, but he was not the only one who has lived it. Before him, some initiates like Hermes, Quetzalcoatl, Krishna, Orpheus, Buddha, etc., lived it. After him, a few others have lived it. The drama of the Passion is cosmic. The Christ and sexual magic are the synthesis of all religions, schools, and beliefs. The perfect matrimony does not harm anyone. All the priests of all religions, teachers of all schools, the worshippers of Christ, the lovers of wisdom, can traverse the path of the perfect matrimony. The synthesis harms no one and benefits all. This is the doctrine of the synthesis. This is the doctrine of the new era. We, the members of all schools, religions, sects, orders, etc., would do well to agree on the basis of the perfect matrimony as the foundation for a new civilization based on the wisdom of the serpent. We need a new civilization based on the perfect matrimony. The entire world is in crisis, and only with love can we save ourselves. We the Gnostics are not against any religion because this would be absurd. All religions are needed. All religions are diverse manifestations of the universal infinite cosmic religion. A people without religion would be a serious and lamentable thing. We believe that all schools and sects fulfill their mission teaching, studying, discussing, etc. The important thing, and this is fundamental, is that people follow the path of the perfect matrimony. Love is detrimental to no one, harms no one. Gnosis is the flame from which arise all religions, schools, and beliefs. Gnosis is wisdom and love. Those who believe they will achieve Christification in time, via evolution, reincarnating and gaining many experiences, are in fact mistaken. Those who think in this way are deferring the error from century to century, from life to life, and the reality is that in the end they will be lost in the abyss. We the Gnostics do not deny the law of evolution. We only state that this law does not Christifies anyone. The laws of evolution and involution are purely mechanical laws of nature that proceed simultaneously in the entire great laboratory of nature. Many organisms, many species are a product of involution, and many other organisms and species are a product of evolution. The grave problem lies in attributing to evolution aspects, virtues, and qualities that it does not possess. Evolution does not Christifies anybody. Whoever wants Christification needs the revolution of the consciousness. This is only possible by working with the grain. We must clarify that the work with the grain has three completely defined lines. First, to be born. Second, to die. Third, to sacrifice for the poor, suffering humanity. To be born is a completely sexual problem. To die is a matter of sanctity. Sacrifice for humanity is Christ-centrism. The angel must be born within us. This angel is born of his sexual seed. Satan must die. This is a matter of sanctity. We must give our life so that others live. This is Christ-centrism. The Hierophant Jesus really lived all the drama of the Passion, just as it is written. Though we are really miserable worms of the earth, we need also to live all the drama of the Passion. Jesus was the son of a Roman soldier and a Hebrew woman. The great Hierophant was of medium stature and with fair skin, lightly tanned by the rays of the sun. The great master had black hair and a beard of the same color. His eyes were like two ineffable nights. The word Nazarene comes from Nazar, meaning man with a straight nose. Jesus did not have the curved, Jewish type of nose. The great master had a straight nose. This is typical of the white European race. Jesus was only Jewish on the side of the Hebrew Maria, but on his father's side he was of the white Celtic race. His father was a Roman soldier. The priestess wife of the Master Jesus was also of white race and had great esoteric powers, as was demonstrated as she traveled with the Nazarene through the countries of the Mediterranean in the lands of Europe. Jesus was a complete man. Jesus was not castrated as depicted by many religions. Jesus followed the path of the perfect matrimony. Jesus formed the Christ within himself by practicing sexual magic with his wife. What we are stating will shock the fanatics, but when scientists have the Akasha records of nature in their power, then these people will see that we were right because they will be able to see for themselves the life of Jesus by means of ultramodern television. It does not matter what name will be given to that apparatus in that age. With those Akasha records, the history of the world will be known, the lives of all the great men, the complete history of Cleopatra and Mark Antony, etc., etc. Time is passing and the facts will confirm our statements. In this time in which we are completing these 33 chapters of the Perfect Matrimony, we have been informed that the Great Master Jesus is in the Western United States. The Great Master walks the streets anonymously and unknown. He dresses as any citizen and nobody knows him. A tremendous flow of Christic energy comes from him and is dispersed to the whole of America. The Great Master still maintains the same body that he had in the Holy Land. Certainly, the great Hierophant Jesus resurrected on the third day from among the dead, and still lives with his physical body. Jesus achieved resurrection through the elixir of long life. Jesus received the elixir of long life because he was Christified. Jesus was Christified. Jesus was Christified because he followed the path of the perfect matrimony. We close these 33 chapters by stating that in the center of the four ways called Reli. Gion, science, art and philosophy is found the supreme synthesis. This is the perfect matrimony.